Record for posterity. So I would call the July 28th executive session to order. And we shall begin.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Kim. So I'm just going to very quickly go over the agenda so we know what we're trying to do today. And then we'll work our way through it. So have people had a chance to read the documents beforehand? Great. Okay, so you saw one is a set of draft ground rules. And ground rules are really just to clarify the process so we all know what's happening with us, and we'll go over those in detail and make any changes to those. Then we'll look at the process design work plan, and that's a deliverable for me. So I've given it to you as a draft to get your input on, and we'll make revisions to it again based on your comments and suggestions and questions. Then I gave you a sheet that had assessment dynamics by theme. And so what I want to do is just bring to you some of the information that I synthesized from my conversations with all of you and with the senior leadership. And that will kind of inform our discussion. So I'm just going to say a little bit about each theme, and then as it comes up, when we're going through the issues, I might call upon what I learned to just provide that additional information. Then we'll go back to the scope of issues. We had started that at the last meeting. Hopefully we'll get through that before the end of the day. And if we do, we'll start circling back and start actually workshopping the issues. And then you can see next steps is what we'll talk about. I think Sean and Chair, you two will decide when a document has to go to a public meeting for approval. So for example, like the work process design, the process design work plan, you may decide, given that that's a deliverable from me, that you may want to formally approve it. Whether or not the ground rules need to be formally approved and the scope of issues need to be formally approved, that will be something that you'll let us know what you think about that. And then there are the future meeting dates. So these are confirmed dates. We've got, after today, we have 4 more dates. I think we can make a lot of headway in that time frame. And Grace suggested that we'll schedule a couple of October dates, but after the summer, because a lot of things get scheduled that are out of her control, and it doesn't make sense to schedule something beforehand. So yes,
Just to clarify, the dates on our calendar as of now are all confirmed?
yes.
Okay.
And I know that Grace put them on as hold.
Yes.
And then there was confusion. I got meetings canceled, and I think you all did too. But so I think when she makes the change to it, I think she was trying to add Sabia.
Okay, so everything's actually confirmed.
Those are confirmed dates, yeah. Mr. Concepcion, do you have a question?
I do.
I
Yeah,
do.
okay.
I'm looking at the, sort of the last component of the timeline piece. I don't know if you can kind of clarify that a little bit, just because it's references April and May, June, sort of.
Yeah, can we get to that? Well, that's on the agenda and we'll get to that.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, I thought that's what we were
Yeah,
referencing now.
No, I was just saying, we'll get to that. I was just going through the agenda for now and just saying the future meeting dates at the bottom of the agenda.
I think that's what I'm looking for, and I cannot.
What's in your hand? That one. Oh, so she sent
put out
a
the wrong-
different version of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
So I was looking at
Thank you.
dates, and that's
Okay,
why-
Yeah, me
sorry
too.
about that. See, my version says future meeting dates.
Okay, I'm looking at you.
We don't have it either.
Look at you, say, where is it?
All right, future meeting dates are July 28th, August 5, September 13, September 16, and September 22.
I was confused, I thought we were talking about April.
Okay, now I understand your confusion, so sorry about that. Yeah, so
22nd, so that's it.
September 13, 16, and 22. And I'll make sure that those are all sent, but I think they're in your books as a whole, but those will-
Yeah, in the meeting book, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna just.
It's nice, we got the dates.
Yeah, relatively painless too. Right, and I think meeting 10 to 4 is really good because we'll really be able to dive in and make a lot of progress. Okay, any other questions about the agenda of what we're gonna do today? So I'm gonna ask you to look at the ground rules. And so as you can see, what these are, it kind of lays out what our mission is, what the different roles of participants are. I'm gonna go through it section by section. So I articulated a mission. Any questions or comments or suggested revisions to the first paragraph of the mission statement? And then you can see the question is, what do we want to set ourselves a deadline? And if so, when should that be? And so in the work plan, I was thinking November, December. And I wondered what your thoughts are of that. If we've got, we'll have a better sense of how many meetings it's gonna take, but I feel like we have, after today, we have 4 dates that we're really just gonna be diving into the issues, and where if someone was saying, if you looked at the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board, we're developing kind of a high-level document. So I think there'll be discussion to be had, but it's not like a 50-page regulation that we're trying to do. So I think the 4 days will be, we'll get pretty far in that, and we'll know kind of in early September how much more it's going to take. But I'm thinking after these, if there are 1 or 2 more meetings in October, that's probably all we'll need, and then it'll just be a little time for kind of clean up.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, November, December.
So should we set December as the deadline so we have that? Okay, and then the participants, so you see I kind of set it up that you're the principal participants. And then that there may be participation by internal experts for subject matter expertise, and that executive leadership and staff may be asked to provide feedback on proposals to you. So I just wanted to get all the participants in at that. You're the principal participants, and then the others are there if you need them and desire to check in with them. Questions about that? Okay, so here's what we should talk about. I'm proposing, as is typical to mediation processes, that we work here by consensus. I know that when you're doing actual business of the commission, it's a majority vote. What I find in working by consensus is that all voices are heard, and we work a little harder to integrate everyone's perspective instead of counting votes. Sometimes I've had groups that say, let's do an extraordinary majority. So if 75% agree, let's call it a day. But I resist that. I mean, if groups want to do that, I have to go along with it. But I do find that people listen more carefully when they know everyone's got to be on board. And I feel like with you, you seem, I don't think it's going to be hard to reach consensus on these questions. So how do you feel about that? It changes the dynamic of the discussion and decision-making a little bit, because what you'll hear me ask is there, when something's kind of, let's say we get to an issue and it feels like that issue's fully articulated, then what I will ask is there any dissent? And if there's no dissent, then there's consensus. So it's not, I always say consensus is often what you can live with. Particularly if there are hot issues, as opposed to I'm going to go with a placard and demonstrate on behalf of that. Does that sound good? Do you have questions about working by consensus? Has anyone worked by consensus with a consensus decision rule in the past? So it's kind of familiar.
I think it'll be different for us because we're used to taking votes, but it's a good exercise.
So the executive session and open meeting law, if you may see a little change in the tone of that section. I went over that with the general counsel. So I just want to read it out loud so that we can just be clear, because it's kind of, for me, like a twist in the process of how we'll need to operate. It's a little different. So the CCC is governed by the Massachusetts open meeting law, which allows for the commission to enter executive session for the purpose of mediation. Under Purpose 9, the commission is allowed to meet or confer with a mediator as defined in Section 23C of Chapter 233 with respect to any decision on any public business within its jurisdiction involving another party, group, or entity, provided that one, any decision to participate in mediation shall be made in open session, and the parties, issues involved, and purpose of the mediation shall be disclosed, which I think you've done already. And no action shall be taken by any public body with respect to those issues which are the subject of the mediation without deliberation and approval for such action at an open session. So that's where you'll figure out what needs to go to an open session for a formal vote. And so then the rest is a little bit of how we're going to operate. So I will send an agenda, a proposed agenda, and then the chair, in consultation with the executive director and general counsel, will determine whether it's likely that the commission will need to return to open session to vote on decisions following mediation. And what I talked with Christine about is that what's more likely is that we'll have a conversation and I'll need to then revise a document and send it back out. So it may make more sense that when you are in public meeting to go to executive session, that's where those approvals of documents may happen, as opposed to reconvening after our session. But we'll sort that out.
Lisa, can I ask, that was all included on the paper?
See, it's in the reading book, but this is different. Like what you're reading is different than what we have, but in our meeting book, it's what you read in our
Okay.
meeting book, but it's not
So it
in the
means
handout.
Christine just printed out the documents and she must have printed out the
Well, I
wrong.
think
So like
Grace printed
I
it
didn't
out
get,
already.
like I need to
I'm sorry.
like
Okay.
almost reread that.
Okay.
Just did it on this meeting
All
book.
right, thanks for.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Sean, let me ask her to reprint.
Yeah, I can do that. Actually, I'll ask Grace.
I wonder if it's the other documents as well.
Yeah, it's quite different.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take a minute just to read
No,
what you
please do.
said?
Yeah.
I was trying to follow around like, where to go?
Okay, no, thank you
Yeah.
for letting me know that. It's really, yeah, thanks. Otherwise, I look at puzzled faces. and-
Yeah, that's why we're looking.
Understanding, but, yeah.
Is she reading this stuff? It's in the meeting book.
I thought maybe you had it memorized.
Definitely not.
Wow, she
Thanks.
really.
I just
Yeah.
realized this stuff inside and
You're
out.
really impressive.
Yeah. Shucks, I should have said I did.
I was like-
I was like, wow.
No.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
I've had a lot of conversations with Christine, because I want to be, personally, I appreciate open meeting laws. I understand their intent and I support that intent.
To make sure that Grace has the right copy.
So Susan, I just have a question. So it says no action shall be taken by any public body with respect to those issues which are the subject of mediation without deliberation and approval for such action in open session. So how do we vote on consensus in here when this number is saying something different?
Right, so for our purposes, I'll ask if there's any dissent. And if not, then I'll assume there's agreement. And then when it goes to the public session, I suppose the chair will put it forward and you'll vote to approve- publicly to approve the document.
Okay, so we're not necessarily voting, you're taking the assumption because there's no dissent, and then we vote publicly.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
can call it like tentative agreement. We've reached tentative agreement and then it's formally approved at the
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
Um,
So I guess I had just envisioned we would be voting at the end on the final product and in open session. That there, it sounds like there is a possibility with the structure the kind of interim decisions that we make, are you anticipating that those interim decisions would be then subject to an open meeting vote?
I don't think so. I think, I don't know if, for example, these ground rules, I'm gonna ask if there's any dissent, whether or not you think the ground rules need to be approved in a public meeting, or if they're just kind of an interim document for our purposes. Similarly, with the process design work plan, we'll finalize that, and then that's kind of the process that we'll use, and I don't know if you think that that needs to go to a public meeting. And then the only other third interim document is the scope of issues. If those, or, because with the scope of issues, we can also consider that the charter outline. And so it's more of an interim document. So
Say 1, 2, 3. One is,
one is the ground rules that we're going over now, because I'm gonna ask if there's any dissent to adopting the ground rules. The second is the process design work plan, which is the thing that we'll be looking at next, which kind of lays out in more detail what it's a roadmap for us. And then the third is the scope of issues, and that's the document we started looking at the last meeting, which was to say, what does the charter and or job description need to include? And so I'm gonna leave it to the chair and Sean. I think they're the ones who make the determination about whether or not that needs to go to public meeting for approval, or if they're just kind of working documents for us. And then, yes, then the final one would go, and then the final charter and the final job description that we can say we've reached tentative agreement on them, and then they would go to a formal public vote.
so I have a silly question. Can we have the definition of the commission? And the reason I say this is because so Sean, you'll say it needs to go to a vote to the commission. So what is the definition of the commission? Is it the staff and the commissioners? Is it the commissioners? Because you'll say it needs to go to a vote to the commission. So I just need a little, I know it's kind of a silly question, but what is the definition of the commission?
That's a good question. I'm gonna ask Sean. That's a really good question.
Well, I think it's not a silly question. It's actually, frankly, I think that you might have pinpointed some of the historical issues we've run into.
Okay.
There's the commission, the royal agency, and there's the commission, the 5-member body that votes on stuff, being policymakers and things like that. So that's actually, I think, a point of tension where it's the executive director is the administrative head of the commission. Then there's the chair of the commission, and the chair can, in a way, and I feel like the legislation, the law is not clear, is like, is one a capital C commission and one a lowercase c commission? I actually don't know. I would say from a final product standpoint, the 5 commissions vote on that in a public meeting as you as the policymaking body.
So there's the commission and then commissions. Like,
It's agents. I mean,
I think
view it as
commission
an
agency.
but honestly, I've been wondering this for a long time. I didn't want to ask because I was like, okay, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know.
That's the rub to me. I think that's actually kind of frankly a genesis for this entire project, is that tension of what does it mean to be the chair of the commission and a commissioner of the commission? And then again, that the executive director shall be the administrative head of the commission. What commission? I don't view myself as dictating terms to you.
Yeah.
I view myself as the administrative head of the operational agency.
Yeah.
But that's how we arrived here, because that was the collision for my now 5 years here.
So can we develop language to clarify? I think I heard you say the commission agency, is that is there a way to distinguish? Because I think you're right, it's really confusing.
It is.
When we say a vote of the commission, I'm assuming the vote of the commissioners. Right.
I would agree.
Settling this definition may save us a whole lot of work.
Well, it'll certainly make our conversation easier.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So anyone have a proposal for that? commission agency versus
Well, what
commission.
does gaming do? Like, is the gaming commission considered the commissioners in gaming?
No, I think to Sean's point, it's the definition of the whole agency. You know, it's the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. You go to work for the Massachusetts Gaming Commission as an agency, but then you have, and I think this was not us necessary. I think it just kind of just became commonplace to say, well, that's got to go for a vote before the commission. And that you were right, you know, you were suggesting, you know, the 5 individual committee. You never said, we're going to take this to a vote by the commissioners. It's like that goes to the commission.
Commission.
Oh, maybe that's maybe the answer.
Yeah.
Refer to us as the commissioners, and then the commission is agency,
I
or the
think
entity.
we've used like, that's a public meeting topic, which then I think implies that's for commissioners to consider. We've used, that's got to go on an agenda. That implies there's a commissioner involvement level. And I didn't see it in there's another document here that kind of lays out specific statutory references. There's one that is a real severe historical point of contention, which is the role of the chair in assigning roles to commissioners. And that has been viewed historically as, therefore I dictate terms, I can essentially assign things out, I manage. And it would say like to the commission. And that was interpreted historically as to the entire agency. Therefore, I'm like an executive chairman. And my retort to that was, no, in that sentence, commission means commissioners. And again, that was the,
Yeah, I can see that being great, because then who determines that? That, I get that's the principle.
themselves, exactly.
Yeah. What are, I just want to make sure I'm thinking about this the right way. Are there other examples of when you see commission and being confused? I think when I look sort of at the overall context, and if I see language that says a vote or other sort of action items that are only really affiliated with us,
Right.
then that's how I identify. But are there other sort of examples of,
It's illegal, what's,
I just don't, I feel like I haven't run into the same issue, but that doesn't mean, clearly it exists. I just want to kind of figure out where it was another instance.
I think gaming is the most like
Statute is right.
example. I mean, it's basically,
Statute.
I think our agency is plagiarized version of gaming.
Yes.
For better or worse. There's the Health Policy Commission.
I guess that, what I mean is within us, like
I see,
CCC.
okay.
If I, picking up on Sean's point, I did find some of the legalese language, and obviously there's the commission chair's role, there's the executive director's role, but interestingly enough, you go down to the next kind of legal paragraph you give us, and it just happens to be around finance. It says no fund shall be transferred by the commission without the approval of the commission and the signatures of the chief financial and accounting officer and the treasurer of the commission.
Yeah.
And that last commission has a capital C.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The other 2 reference points are lower.
Interesting, huh?
I was just telling you earlier this morning that I had my check-in with Adriana yesterday. And I told a little bit in terms of just thinking about this role and things like that. And, I said to her, that the language, she started laughing. I was like, you need the signature of the treasurer. She was like, oh. I was like, yeah, that's some stuff that I wanted to get her take to see what the historical context was for it. And I know we'll get there. I have more thoughts around that, but yeah, that's a
Well,
big point.
that's an interesting thing. We can have capital C and small c. And capital C commission can mean this body and small c can be the agency. The I mean, it's a little bit funny because the small c then is bigger because it includes both, right? But that's that could be in the charter.
Yeah.
When capital C is used, that refers to the commissioners, the body that is the commissioners. And when a small c is used, that would refer to, but then you have the Cannabis Control Commission, which is a capital C, which is kind of in your logo is a capital C.
I think, my concern is if that, whether or not that's the intention of the law. And I don't want us to be in a place where we're,
Right.
misinterpreting and then applying it in a way that wasn't intended. So it's like, does that, in fact, when you're seeing it in statute, does large C mean the commission? We don't really know. We've been interpreting that, but I just am a little bit,
Yeah, that's why I said, what's our legal, I'm trying to come up with find the regs really quick. My internet's not working, but I wanted to see what the actual legal, how we're using it. I don't know if anybody else can get
I
online.
looked at this early on. I don't think it's clear.
yeah. I think maybe it might be wise to, this one will take a little bit more digging. I
Okay,
can probably tell.
all right,
so.
let's put that aside.
But great question.
But yeah, isn't it, I think as Sean said, you may have asked the central question to our work here. Because that's a clarification that has sort of run through a lot of the confusion.
I think it shows how murky legislation is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Always room for interpretation.
All right, so so we were looking at, you have the new version. In this, I used capital C whenever I refer to commission, but we'll leave that way. So we talked about the open session voting. And then the last piece in paragraph 4 is it's important for me to read that out. The final governance documents or efforts to prepare them, meeting minutes, meeting recordings and documents are considered to be public records under the Public Records Law. These records will be reviewed for public release per the established biannual process for review of executive session minutes and materials. Unless there is a basis for withholding these records will likely be disclosed to the public. So I just think it's important for everyone to be aware that even though we're in executive session, there's this will be available to the public most likely after a review. And that will happen every 6 months. So I don't know where they are in their process. I don't know what month they actually do it. Yeah.
If for some reason we feel we need like follow-up, like that could delay the disclosure of everything, right? If we somehow say we want to reconvene in 6-8 months, that could, because it's still an ongoing process, therefore that could delay the publication of it.
That's
It's not a closed matter.
So I'm not clear on that. I think I understood from Christine that the body of meetings that we have doesn't wait until we finish the process for it to be reviewed. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, so essentially the historical process we've deployed is that every 6 months we would review any executive sessions that we've had. So Salviel is contemporaneously taking minutes throughout for every executive session. And in fact, for the meeting in August, there will be a slate of meetings or minutes. Some will be proposed to be continued to be withheld, and others will be recommended to be disclosed. And so if we do it in August, I think the next time frame would be like January or February. And the commission would actually have the first opportunity to say we would move to withhold these, continue withholding these, but because the purpose is still outstanding. Someone theoretically though could challenge that. So I guess we may not be the final arbiter of that decision. But we'd have to basically find a basis to still withhold.
But that basis could be something like the process is still ongoing. And so, okay. Okay.
I don't want anyone to think that it's like a complete immunity from disclosure, though. Someone can still come forward and say, I disagree, and petition the Secretary of State.
Probably we're not doing anything that controversial then, but you never.
Welcome to the Cannabis Control Commission.
All right. So the other thing, it's not on the paper, but I just want us to be clear. I didn't think this level of detail needed to be in there, but here's the complication for me as a mediator is the, making sure that I don't create a chain of communication among you by getting your feedback and then synthesizing something in the wrong way. So what I spoke, I think this is the way we'll do it. So when we have a conversation on an issue, I will draft something. And then I will, if it's a draft based on your discussion, I can only have that released to you essentially at our next meeting. However, let's say I draft a complete draft charter based on the discussions, and we're only going to get to one section at a meeting, you can still take back with you the whole document. So we don't have to discuss the whole document. So that may happen where then you'll have some time to review a document in advance. If not, then we'll just take time at a meeting for you to read something and we'll have a conversation about it. What is also likely is that if there's time, like between now and the next meeting, there's very short time, but let's say between our next meeting and the September meeting, I might send a draft, which is a result of a public meeting, so I can send you that draft and then ask you to send me, each of you independently, to send me your questions or revisions on it. And then I would synthesize that without having anyone's name attached to anything, but that revised version I would have to bring to the public meeting, so I couldn't send it back out to you. So it's a little bit quirky, but we'll work with that. That's what the law requires, and so we'll just make sure we're in compliance with that. Okay, questions about that? And I've got, we've got Chair Kim who knows about this, so she can help us while she's still here, and Christine and I have an open line of communication. So if any questions come up, we've got the resources to clarify. Okay.
I'm still noodling through when we come to agreement on interim things, does that need, I don't think that needs to go to. Well, I just want to look at whether or not that needs to go back to an open session for a vote. But I think that we don't need to figure that out right now. I guess what I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
I mean, do you agree? Do you think we should?
No, I think it should be the whole charter. I don't, because the reality is, let's say we do sections 1, 2, and 4. Something in section 9 may, even if we have a tentative agreement, something in section 9 may force us to change something in an earlier section so that there's consistency. And so if it's already approved, then how do we amend it, right? So it seems like it's a working document until it's draft final with a tentative agreement to then go for a vote. That would make sense to me.
This is the final documents, not the interim, say, ground rules or the process design.
So I'm going to leave that to you because those are complete documents.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that the charter, like the scope of issues, I think is an interim document because it's kind of like the outline. But whether or not the ground rules is also, I mean, it can just be a working document for us.
We might need to add definitions to the ground rules that we're not thinking of right now.
That's true. We might want to revise them. So we can, I'm comfortable saying that's an interim document and it's just sort of.
We want to like lock ourselves in
Right.
prematurely.
And I guess we can say the same thing about the process design work plan because that also is subject to revision. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of them come up in minutes anyway. These are documents you're using during the course of your meetings, so it's not like they're
They'll
going to
be
be
shared eventually.
exactly. So I don't know that my preference and kind of gut instinct is that they're not. I tend to agree.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was speaking too soon. is this the letter of the law or is this a draft of the ground rules, this section?
This section was reviewed and revised by Christine Bailey, General Counsel.
Right, so is it a drafted language or is it, am I looking at the law? I'm reading this.
I think there's a part of it where she added section 23C of chapter 23A, and I think that language is from the law, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I don't know if you can follow where my mind is thinking. I'm just wondering if there's something here that if we need to potentially change or want to ask about changing in that component, maybe it might be something to ask the general counsel as well. Just around, because I understand the question that you're asking as well. It's like, what exactly do we need to have in the public? And if this is something that we can make sure it's tight and to fit our purposes, maybe we should do that.
So subs 1 and 2 in purpose 9, those are essentially verbatim statute.
Okay, okay.
So let me see what you're looking at first.
Right, and then I think that the,
Oh.
So that
yes,
part is
line
line
19. We have a complete one.
even on the computer.
Yeah. No, that was
These are long, yeah, and then I think that the 2 paragraphs below that are kind of in how to implement it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's the meeting book card for today.
I take back my entire
Yeah,
line of
it's,
it.
what's good about going through these is that we all get clarity on how it works, and that's the value of the conversation around them. So thank you for all the points that you're raising. Anything else on the executive session and open meeting law? Right, media requests, any requests going to the regarding the mediation process prior to completion will be referred to the chief communications officer. Thoughts about that? Okay. Then the next section is kind of what my role is. So I'll help establish mediation session agenda in consultation with the chair, executive director, director and government. I think I've got to I have to just put that out, government affairs and policy and general counsel. And really the way that works is I just send a draft to Grace and then Grace runs that through whoever needs to have some feedback on that. Help you get, so I'm at the bottom of page 1 of the ground rules. And that section leads on to the top of page 2. So I'm going to give you a minute to look at that.
I have a question, Susan.
Yeah.
For the first sentence, when establishing the mediation session agenda, were commissioners purposely left off for a reason?
I think that it's a good question. That's a fair question. I think this is the process that gets used for your public sessions. Do commissioners add to, okay, so I'll just add that. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just ask a question about that, just because of the open meeting law. So there are different ways we could do that. At the end of the meeting, I can say, is there anything that you want to see in the next agenda? And we can do it, I think we need to do it that way, because otherwise, if I ask you by email to send me what you want, then I'm creating that chain. If I create an agenda that includes all of your comments, right? So what I will be sure of at the end of each, I agree, we need to add the commissioners, and I will be sure, and hope you remind me if I forget, to just before we close, to say, is there anything, I'll say, here's what I'm thinking we're gonna do at the next meeting. Is there anything else that you want to add?
So in the between meetings, let's say, oh, I wish I would have sent this. Can we send it to our EA? Kate could send it to you. If we think of something, we might think of something a week from now.
Right.
That's okay, right? Because that's going through Kate to you.
That's the same thing. But still, you're using Kate as the chain.
And what if it goes to Sean? And
What if it goes to you?
Still in a way, it still becomes that serial communication if it gets to the full commissioners. So
except if I only hear from 2 commissioners, it's okay.
it's still going to the 5.
It's, even if I hear from 2.
It's still going to the 5. So it's a serial communication.
Okay.
Here's my question on that, though. I mean, so Commissioner Roy, are you anticipating an item that's kind of completely off? I could see if it's a completely new topic, then that would probably be problematic. But if a topic we talked about that kind of rolls into one of the agenda items, I mean, I don't see why just, if you bring it up at the next session, it's not. I mean, I would think that would be okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry to kind of put it on you to remember, or you royal you, and put it on us to remember to do that, but, in trying to balance, wanting to be obviously responsive to if you have a question that comes up in the interim, versus the open meeting law. I don't know. I mean, I think that otherwise, I don't know what else to do it unless we talk about
I
it.
have another
Yeah.
suggestion or question. If there's an open meeting on other issues before the next meeting, can a commissioner at the open meeting saying, I have just one more thing I would like to add such and such to our executive session agenda? And then if everyone agrees, then it's agreed.
I would say there's nothing that prohibits that, but I would encourage us to shy away from that because I don't know what that does to opening up
Okay.
all of the records and privileges that we're using right now in executive session.
For instance, this agenda was not published publicly. So if someone would say, after review and revised draft ground rules, I want to add this item to the commissioner's point, you're now
Okay.
airing out something that would otherwise be protected.
I think the good thing is that we're not done with this process, right?
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing. So I think,
Right.
if we do have questions and thoughts, it's like,
Next session.
and I think we could still always talk to you,
Right.
right?
Right, you can always call me, because one of the items in this, and I checked with that is, in this section, caucus with individual principal participants as needed, so anyone can communicate. And Christine actually said that,
Pick up the phone and call her, come on.
that I can talk to 2, like if I wanted to have a caucus with 2 of you, that would also be okay. So I think that's also available. Any of you can call me at any time. And that's allowable. So we're okay with that.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And Susan, are you anticipating that these agendas will be pretty, specific? I mean, to me, these are pretty broad, so I would think the only way we would really get into trouble is if we said, okay, we're gonna finish the ground rules and come to agreement, and that is all set, and we're not gonna talk about it ever again. But then, if I have a question for the next meeting and say, I want to revisit that, I could see that, and I didn't bring it up at the end of the session. I could see that being an issue, but I doubt that we're gonna ever be in that situation, you
Right.
know?
And so what I would tend to do is the next agenda is going to say workshopping issues. I can leave it that broad, or I could say, these are the 5 issues we're going to talk about. There's always the case that when we do a review of the agenda when we're here, someone could say, oh, I really wanted to get to such and such an issue. And we can just add it, or I can just leave it completely broad, workshopping issues or discussion of outstanding issues. And then it's just, for me, the question is, do you want more information about what issues we're likely to talk about so you can prepare? Or is the whole thing kind of, your preparation is whatever's on the list of, the full list of issues?
Might we be looking at or thinking of the phrase agenda too narrowly here, therefore? Because I think we operate in a very formal agenda environment where those items and only those items on the agenda can be discussed in public.
Okay,
Whereas
Okay.
I view this as kind of it still has the formal structure, obviously, of a public meeting, but I think to the chair's point, it could be during the course of this conversation, any one of us could say, you know, could we talk about this for a second? Can we go back to that thing from last month? I think we have more freedom here.
that's right.
That's why we're here.
Exactly, and I think we might just be looking at it through the lens of what we typically live and experience, which is unless there's something the chair did not anticipate, we can't talk about it because the public had no notice of it. And
Okay,
if it might turn into a vote, then it's got to be done next month.
okay. So I think you're exactly right. So I think the way to handle this is to not call it a meeting agenda, but to just say executive session and then list out the items. And so that will
Session.
indicate that
All
it's,
discussion.
okay, executive discuss.
I mean, it's up to everybody. I don't want to.
Yeah, no, but you see how the words really matter. I'm using the term agenda, which I use loosely, and for you, it signifies formality. And so it's really good to be clarifying that. And I think this is kind of the exercise we're going to be doing in developing the charter, is figuring out what the words are coded to mean based on your experiences with them. So I will from now on just call it executive session discussion items. And then list that.
The other, and this is more kind of a cautionary tale based on experience, the individual conversations between meetings and then potentially caucusing with, say, two commissioners. I guess I would ask that there be some, I guess, caution or restraint on that as well. Because what I find is that's often sometimes where issues arise, is that I may have a conversation with one or two commissioners and then another commissioner finds out about it and says, I wasn't updated on that. And it might be a miscommunication, it could be some confusion, it just kind of generates anxiety. I think we've done a pretty good job of trying to mitigate that, but I've seen it historically where, and I think that's one of the reasons we're here as well, is that we want to make sure communication flows to the whole. And so if there's passing meetings and collaborations that can either create that anxiety, create suspicion of what are they up to. And so I want to avoid that.
Okay, so let me just say a little bit about how caucusing is often used in a public policy mediation context, right? So one is, I want anyone who's at the table to be able to call me if something was upsetting or concerning that happened, right? So maybe someone says something, and I'm not saying that's gonna happen here, but someone got upset and they call me and say, you know, when so-and-so said this, I was really offended. And I want to know that because I want to know that I've got clean space in a way and handle that. So that's one thing. The other thing is, let's say two of you are really interested, let's say the treasurer issue. Maybe two of you are really interested in the treasurer issue and we've had some discussions and I can say, you know, we can move this along if I talk to the two of you who are really interested in this issue. We can develop something, I can get a better understanding of it so that the draft I bring to you is further along. That's kind of the way. So it's not, it definitely isn't going to be like secret meetings. And I hear what you're saying. And so maybe, again, if I want to say anyone's invited to call me at any time. So that's just, anyone can do that. I can't.
Can you give us your number? As in,
Yeah, 617-510-8870. And my email is susan@podziba.com. But so if during a meeting, we're talking about an issue and two people are particularly animated, then I can say at the meeting, how about if we caucus over that issue? So everybody knows that that's happening. And I can frame it in the sense of to give me a better idea for drafting, that's what the purpose of it would be.
For me, I think the potential red flag is the use of the word caucus. I mean, to change it up in this section, just to say, communicate with the individual principal participants or respond to individual principal participants.
Communicate with individual participants as needed, with principal participants only. Okay.
You're right, because caucusing historically means working together to like champion a cause or, right?
Or it's,
We're so political.
or it's immediate jumping to, did I talk to two, did I talk to three?
We're with you, Okay, great.
We're just so political.
It's other people that have given it a bad.
That's okay. And we want to make sure that what we're putting out into the public is not political.
Right.
But Commissioner Roy, I wanted to make sure, I'd like to your question, do you feel like we have come to a workable?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I don't
in
want
case
you
I
to
won't
feel
have
like-
anything, I just wanted to know the system to be
Yeah,
in place
yeah.
in case something came
Right,
up.
right. No, and I certainly don't want anyone to think that they're cut out of the agenda making.
No, I mean, today was an example. I asked the question, what's definition of the commission, right? That wasn't anywhere. So that's an example of one that came up, like, you know,
You
prompted.
have Suzanne's number.
And I have her number, like.
So does Bobby.
Go to- So does everybody.
So does the whole public.
I was gonna say,
Oh my God.
I was gonna say,
We'll
scratch
redact
your
that.
name.
It's okay.
We'll redact that for a minute.
I've got all of you in my contacts and I just don't answer when I don't know.
Right, Sabael, the phone number would be redacted in any release.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the reminder that we're actually potentially in public. It's like, okay, this is so helpful to me to just see where the sensitivities are, so I appreciate that. Anything else on that section number 6?
Can it just be a nudge for a minute? This has been eating away at me at the end of number, going back to number 4.
Sure.
The last sentence, unless there's a basis for withholding these records will likely be disclosed to the public. I would suggest taking out likely. I don't think we have a choice in the matter. Except for your phone number, obviously, not.
Also these twice, is that fine? Unless there is a basis.
Yeah, withholding these, for withholding these records will be disclosed. All right, how about outreach and consultation? And this is based on the conversation that we had last time where you all remember the lecture I gave about public policy mediation, and you thought it was a good idea to be able to engage staff at appropriate points, but you wanted to decide when that happened and you wanted to agree together when that would happen. When that formal, and I think that doesn't say, Sean, you can always check with your staff, but the formal outreach and consultation would happen by consensus when and with whom formal outreach and consultation will occur.
But I think to be clear though, I would not engage with staff about this without this group's either, I think combination of both knowledge and approval. That's a commitment I think I have to make. I think to bring it back to this, to keep this room as productive as possible. So I guess I feel like I owe that to the group. That said, it's already come back to me from staff that conversations have occurred in this meeting. I heard this topic was raised. What do you think? So that's troubling to me.
Okay, now when I speak with the general counsel for questions,
It wasn't that context. It was that the role of like a chief of staff has come up in this conversation.
Okay.
So that we don't. Well, I guess that's what I'm getting at is, there was some annoyance from the staff member standpoint that I didn't bring it up. So that's not my place. So,
So Sean, you're recommending that before consultation with staff, we all should know who's consulting with who, right?
No, I feel like, aren't you suggesting that, we should, to the best, as much as possible, keep our conversations in here confidential, because then, it then undermined, like, we may as well just do this in open session, then, right? Is that?
yeah, no, I think that's fair, but also I don't want kind of information to trickle out either. I think it should be a unified, all right, who do we need to consult? Who do we as a royal we need to consult with? To potentially even include in this room.
That's what I was gonna ask. I think that's the fairest thing, because instead of one-offs, I
And
think
that kind of gets back to
the fairest thing is if we bring in someone, it's in this room where we all are hearing the same thing.
That's right.
I think side conversations aren't appropriate.
And it's a chronic problem we have elsewhere too. So it's not limited or isolated to this project, but it's frankly one of the reasons I think we're in this room is that communication and the challenges that the open meeting law poses of that serial communication and the one or two commissioner conversation.
There's a lot of traffic cops.
There really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
It's
that's
hard for us, right? Like,
And so I just want to disclose, just because I spoke with senior leadership and ideas floated during those discussions. So I don't know if that's how that happened.
I didn't probe. It was
okay.
more of I think my reaction was, I really can't talk to you about that. And you shouldn't be communicating it else. Like, please stop with me and don't broaden it beyond that. But it came up, I think, from a point of both anxiety and curiosity of, are we adding another senior level staff member? Then I have a new colleague. It's like, I really can't talk to you about it. It's way premature to even go there. So please don't communicate.
And so I am communicating with I'm communicating with Grace by giving her documents in advance. And sometimes with the general counsel for legal questions. Do you want me to let everybody know when I'm communicating with the general counsel for those kinds of questions?
I think that scope is, as far as the purpose of facilitating the meeting, I think that's all. As far as the content and substance of the meeting, I think that's what I want to make sure we all agree. And again, I think that's the commitment I owe as well, is that I'm not going to leave this meeting and run to the staff and say, you should know that the commissioner's done these things.
Okay.
But I think that just violates the.
Yeah, and I think when we have side conversations, you're dispelling rumors, Lipton. You're gonna have to dispel, like, things turn into like the telephone game, right? The message is different by the end and you have to deflect or dispel things. And that's not fair to you either,
You
actually.
have enough to do with that.
Yeah, we need to add that to your plate.
And it sounds like, Susan, that there are conversations that don't include us that are happening with staff right now, right? So you will have conversations separate and aside from us with executive.
So the only thing I did was remember, as part of the assessment, was to get their perspectives. So I had those conversations between our first meeting and this meeting, right? Those were the conversations I had and when I go through the dynamics, I'll share with you my learnings. I'm not saying what the staff said or what you said, but just kind of synthesized. And that was for me to get a better understanding of what the dynamics are so I can be most helpful. Then I spoke with the general counsel because she looked at the documents to see what the open meeting law required and to inform me about that. I don't need to have further, there was a question about, as we develop the charter, when should the general counsel look at it? And I think what I'm hearing is we'll just hold it, and when you decide it's time for her to take a look at it, that's when we'll ask her to take a look at it. So I shouldn't need any, I think we've clarified the open meeting laws. I shouldn't need to have any further communications with her. Okay. And sorry if I triggered anything.
I just want to raise it to the group, but also I think, again, hopefully reassure each of you that I will not go back to staff without everybody's express approval.
Okay, so is that a commitment, everyone, that these are confidential conversations? Okay. Great. Okay, anything else? I think we did 7. And then the agreement is just to clarify that that when there's no dissent among you on the governance documents, they'll be completed, but I don't think it's likely, but I just wanted to say that if you can reach agreement on the charter without reaching agreement on the job description and vice versa. I don't think that's likely, but sometimes that happens in other cases where if you say consensus is full agreement, then they say, well, we reached agreement on these parts, but not these. So that was to get that. Any other questions or comments? So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna run through what the changes are and then we'll take a 5-minute.
Can
Yeah.
I even nudge what you just said? Just on back to number 1, actually.
Uh-huh.
The
Okay.
very last sentence of the first paragraph there. We talk a bit about the particularities of the named seats, and I think just make sure that we're all clear. Kind of what goes into that conversation, and I guess the reason I raise it is, that's been another, as we've grown, there seems to be the, I am the industry management commissioner. And therefore, all things industry management flow through, or I'm the topical expert on that. Whereas I view it, and I might be wrong, so I guess I want to ask. Every commissioner here is a commissioner that has a full scope and breadth of the entire agency. And so anyone that wants to work on any topic or project has that right. And so I want to make sure that that's not meant to be limiting language, but instead just clarifying how do we acknowledge that expertise, but also make sure there's that opportunity for expansion in the general generic role of a commissioner.
That's a good point, Sean, and I'm glad you bring it up because I feel like it's a culture shift. I think,
It could be true. Yeah.
right? That I think has started to have, I wasn't here before, so I can't talk about the other commissioners, but I think we've talked about that a lot, right? Always the public health seat, I'm the social justice seat. Just because I'm the social justice seat doesn't mean that I have to be involved in everything social justice.
Sure.
Because I'm more than just a social justice seat, right? Ava's a public safety seat, she's more than public safety and vice versa. I think that it's a mentality, it's how we've been hired, right? It's how we've applied. It's some of our expertise, but then when we get here, and I, something just hit me, because it's this example that you're giving us as board governance manual. And I've said since I've got here, there's no manual to this job,
Yeah, you always say that.
right? There's no manual. So I'm like, oh shit, this is the manual development, right? So I think that what you're saying, I think one, it needs to be embedded in the language, but also in the culture from us as commissioners moving forward, right? I always say for the next commissioners that come into our seat, so we got to figure out what does that mean, but also we got egos, we got egos. So I think we also have to have that conversation amongst ourselves at some point to say, I'm gonna use me as an example. Like, I do want to know if we're gonna go talk to, the sheriffs, right? Or EOPS, right? I came from public safety. I used to work there, I developed programs there, right? So I want to know that. I want to just be aware if I could be helpful, right? That's just me. That's my sort of like organizer head, right? But sometimes we don't all think like that. So I think it's also amongst us, we have to have that conversation because we have conversations with each other. We'll say, Bruce, what are you working on? Like, Ava, what are you working on? Like, Roy, what are you working on? But sometimes we don't, one, because of open meeting law. And then Sean has to sort of tell us, hey, Bruce is working on this. And then I have to kind of be like, hey, ask Bruce if, can I, and we've all developed conversations, but I think that's a really big mentality, culture shift and commissioner thing that we need to work on. But I think one, bringing it up, thank you, but two, also like us thinking about how we put that into play, not just, I think about the legal seats that we sit in, like the terminologies, but what does that really mean for us at the commission and at a high level, but also at a practical level? So I think we've been beefing around this and kind of tiptoeing around it for a very long time.
And I think the public also has an expectation, using social justice as the example. Well, Commissioner Camargo is the social justice seat.
Right.
I'm gonna vote for her.
Yeah.
And it then has the practical effect of excluding four others. And we've also had historically the kind of the self-reflection or the self-declaration of I'm the chair. Therefore, it's almost like it's a subcommittee.
Right.
And I chair it, and staff does it too. in
Yeah.
fairness, Right, like staff is gonna say, well, this is a public safety issue, so I'm gonna bring it to Commissioner Concepcion. For better or for worse, but I just don't want to, every commissioner here, you govern the entire regulatory scheme and structure.
That's a good point.
So my thought is we should keep this in here just because it's good to then say, even though these are the designated seats, that is not controlling. Yes, and then also the chair is a corporate governance.
So how we operate under open meeting law. You know, yes, the executive director has to play traffic cop
Right.
in some respects.
Yeah.
But, you know, saying that our qualifications for hire aren't limiting as to
Exactly.
what our shared responsibilities are, right? We all vote on licenses, we all vote on renewals. I don't vote on the regulatory part of somebody's application, I'm voting on the whole.
Shared responsibilities, right? Yeah. I was just gonna add the but, right? Like, yes, we're all commissioners, but we did get hired for, not specific, but due to our expertise, we got hired to sort of have those lenses at times, right? But like, we should all have public safety lenses. We should all have public health lenses. We should all have social justice lenses, right? Like, so that's the but.
And I also imagine the job description being one, and it can even just refer to the seat, like whatever seat one's holding, this is what it means, right? It doesn't even have to refer to each particular seat. It can just be generic. And whatever you decide that means.
Sorry, Susan, can you say that again?
So in the job description, Sean was saying he's imagining a single job description for commissioner. And so I would also imagine that in the commissioner job description, that it have a generic for whatever particular appointment you were made into. Right, so instead of saying the person in the commissioner in the social justice seat will ABC, just say each commissioner in its specific appointed role will, so that we don't have to articulate. That's what I'm imagining, but you know.
With the but.
Yeah. Just because I do think it will be important to say something about
Absolutely.
that, because otherwise it's unclear.
And I think the choice could, and when we get there too, because I don't know, we need to wait too deeply into it today, but the choice could be when we get to that task, that it's, maybe we just call out the individual qualifications for office, so to speak, but that the language is not limiting or isolating.
Right.
These are the tasks assigned to this role, because I think that's part of the challenge right now as well, is that there is a perception, either internally or externally, that because of that qualification, I'm now expected, or I expect to do that work.
And let's throw race and skin color into it. No, for real. Everyone thinks not, and again, we're having honest conversation and this is public and I'm okay with it, but everyone thinks that, the tall white guy in the room doesn't care about equity. Right? And it's not true, right? So, I mean, folks will come to me, I'll have conversations, right? And it's like, have you spoken to Roy? Have you spoken to Concepcion? Have you spoken to Stebbins? They do care about equity. They're here, right? Commissioner, Chairman Kim. So that's real stuff that we deal with on the outside, So.
Is there somewhere to put in the language? Because all of us are responsible for the public health, public safety, public welfare of this industry. And that kind of covers all of our seats, it touches all of our seats. And that's so I don't know if you think that's important to have that language in there.
I think when we get there, like, I think, Sean, to your point right now, right, like, this is a great point that you brought up, and it's a major tension point here and outside. And I think our role too, as educators and sort of rewriting this commission now for the second time, I think it's our role to educate, create the awareness for this kind of stuff, right? So I think when we get there, this will be a fun exercise.
Right. So I think there are two pieces in the charter. I think it will be clearly referred to. It sounds like in the job description, it may be better not to name them because it's a generic job description for a
Well,
commissioner.
like the statutory language, is that what you said?
Yeah, I think it's worthy of having that conversation and making the explicit decision of do we or do we not? And what's the rationale for why?
Mhm.
And maybe that's the cut that we make is it goes in the charter, but not a description.
Yeah.
So I think and I'm also based on that, I'm thinking maybe August, September meetings are definitely not gonna be enough. Because there's a lot of meat there.
Yeah, yeah.
And like, we should all roll our sleeves up and,
Yeah.
so.
But for the purposes of the ground rules, the last sentence will read the job description. I'll polish it a little bit, but it's gonna say including but not limited to the chair, treasurer, secretary. And then I need to add in the corporate governance, specialty of the chair. So those are those changes. I know some people want to break. Anything else on the ground rules? So I'll make those changes and I'll get it back out to you. And let's take a 5-minute bio break and then we will look at the process design work plan. Break's over, sorry. We'll get a lunch break.
Fit it in every 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you to turn to the process design work plan, draft July 19, 2022. So I hope that you've got that one. And this is a description of the process. And it kind of, again, flows from the conversation we had last session.
It's in the staple group.
In the
It's a
staple
couple
book.
pages,
What page?
like 4.
It's a good number.
It's after that.
It's right after the ground.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Do you want a little time to read through it? Did you read through? It was in your package. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it before. So I'm just going to ask if there are questions. Do you need to, it looks like people want some time.
Yeah, let's
Give you a
read it.
I'll give you a couple of minutes. Everybody ready? All right, so, I'm going to say on the product, I'm going to revise it to reflect the same things we talked about in the ground rules. So I'm gonna take out a CC, specifically a CCC charter and a commissioner job description. So I'm gonna delete a chair
Yeah.
from there. 1 second, then I'm gonna add the corporate governance in there. Other comments or questions, Commissioner?
I'm just curious, we're defining the job description of the chair and the commissioners. Would it be helpful to add your job description for legacy's sake? Like,
It was just like,
We could revisit it though.
yeah,
There's one in existence.
There
right?
is one?
Okay, yeah.
That's,
It just hasn't been reviewed in a while.
Susan, you said, delete the chair.
So in this first sentence, what I understood from our conversation before is that we'll do a commissioner job description. And in there may be items about the chair. Is that what you were saying, that there?
That's a little bit different than I understood, because I see like the chair responsibilities, treasurer responsibilities, secretary responsibilities to be kind of separate. And then the commissioners to be, their own thing, with the chair being that, corporate, management, finance, securities role. Does that make sense?
That's definitely an option. I think it's up to you to
I
decide
thought
how
that's
you
what I
want it.
understood.
Yeah.
I thought that's what we agreed on. That's why I'm trying to make sure I.
And, the chair has powers we do not. So I think it's important to,
Have a chair document and then a commission, separate from a commissioner document.
No, all right, let me, kind of
Yeah.
phrase what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying the same way that we're sort of outlining the treasurer and secretary role, the chair role should also be kind of separate for those distinctive responsibilities that fall within those roles. And then we have the commissioner, because we're all commissioners, all five,
that's
in
right.
that capacity as well.
So I think we'll go further into this. So there are two options, right? One can be, this is the commissioner job description.
Right.
And then some commissioners are, like, you can have commissioner may be the treasurer this, the commissioner may be the chair this, or they can be broken out into completely separate documents.
Oh, I see. I thought it was, I guess my suggestion, this is something I'll throw out, is that there sort of be a separate, we'll have like an addendum or something that says,
Yeah.
within the commission, there is a chair, there is a treasurer, and there's a secretary, and then these are their responsibilities. That's just a suggestion that I think
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, because interestingly, I mean, this is just an example, right? But they actually do that in this document. So they've got,
I don't think we got that far, but yeah, I think that's what everybody was alluding to. But we didn't get that far as to like designing it, but yes.
so they have the charter of the board, they have the charter of the chair of the board. And then they break that out, but we're kind of talking about the job description and the charter, and so we'll have to, I mean, that's an easy decision point. I think we all agree that those have to be addressed in
Yes.
both.
Yes.
And then when we start doing it, we'll figure out whether they're separate documents or a single document.
For the purpose of this, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
No, I was gonna say, but for the purpose, because I hear what you're saying, for the purpose of this process design work scope language within this paragraph of the product, do we want to keep the word chair in
That's
there?
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what brought it up, is because I want to make sure we're not eliminating that,
Yeah.
but also including in that breakdown of TC seats, i.e. public health, public safety, social justice. You would also include sort of the corporate management. So that's exactly.
And I guess along the same vein, as far as chair, I'd also throw in secretary and treasurer.
Absolutely.
Because I think that this might be like a spiritual point is, I think to really codify the chair is a commissioner first and foremost.
Correct.
But then
Yes.
with additional duties.
That's right.
And then so the same is true for secretary. To be the secretary, you must first be a commissioner and then with additional duties responsibilities.
Susan?
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, if you look at that last sentence, the job description will outline roles and responsibilities of commissioners, including the chair, the treasurer, the secretary, as well as particularities of the names.
The executive director, we said we're gonna add
Yeah.
that back in.
But that's it, so that's another output, which is a review of the executive director job description.
Susan, I just have a question. In these charters, have you ever done graphics, like, for instance, like if we had the plaid commissioners, Sean, and then like, so then chair, like, do you, like a little mini org chart or something, do you ever make like those into, or is it just words? Like, have you ever put anything visual in these charters?
I haven't, but it doesn't mean we can't do something, but we can certainly have an attachment that has a job, an organization.
So like under chair, drop down with your like additional, like in addition to a robust definition. Yeah, like that. Yeah,
That's our.
yeah, but it should be in a charter, don't you just feel
That's
it?
interesting.
Yeah. You just.
But you're saying it with the responsibilities?
Well, I don't know, I'm just throwing it, I
What
mean,
a
this
visual-
doesn't fit, yeah. I don't know.
You're a visual person, I'm a visual person.
Yeah, I just
so
think
I
it's
like to-
helpful.
I like to get my information.
Yeah, like there is a schematic on the,
I mean, if you- again, I think when we talk about when we design this, I think we, right, like. I think we're talking about the language, then we still have to actually sketch all this stuff out.
Right, yeah,
Right.
so maybe we can just sort of, just
Down
make
the
sure we know what our work plan is, and then we'll get to dive into all of those. So complementary goal, remember we talked about that as like what needs to happen during the process in order for the product to be more actionable, right? Any questions on the complementary goal? And that really, in implementation, it means kind of that's the outreach and consultation that you decide to do. Mediation sessions, I think we've added some, so I'm thinking maybe we think about through December for the mediation sessions.
We added Sean's job description, which means January.
Well,
February,
Let's
March.
shoot for December.
we get to see each other every month, it's nice.
When you have a job description. there is one.
Yeah, he does.
Just for, in
When was the last time it was reviewed, your job description?
Before I was hired.
Yeah, so it probably needs a little updating.
I'd love to write it.
We're like ripping everything apart, you know?
It does, I mean.
We'll assign Sean the task.
And with this group.
We'll say 6 months, so that takes us to
Yeah.
December.
We still don't know we're gonna have a meeting in December, so we may have time.
Well, we could, but maybe there's no public meeting.
Right, exactly. Maybe this is a public meeting. Or the holidays.
Commissioner Christmas party.
Yes, over cocktails. Wait, is there anything that we can't have mediation over cocktails? Oh,
I think that's
was
only
joking.
if I buy the.
Joking.
All right.
Kim call Susan. Kim.
I'll be, I'm gonna,
All kidding.
there's in the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph of the mediation sessions, it says agenda, and I'm gonna switch that to a list of discussion items so that that's consistent with our discussion.
At the end of that same paragraph, it says.
Consent,
meeting.
Yeah, there's a typo, conducting, yeah. Any other questions or conversation about the mediation sessions? Outreach and consultation is consistent with the ground rules that we looked at.
I had a question about that. Because I think at least my feeling of looking at under these kind of ground rules was leaving the option up to us, and now it looks like will be used to obtain reactions to proposals. I mean, I'm fully happy to have a cadre of staff join us at some point, but I just felt seeing it will be used, did that conflict with our ground rules of we may decide or may choose to engage?
We can soften that. That's kind of my advice. It's sort of my recommendation in order to achieve the complementary goal that you will need to bring the staff in some way. But if that's uncomfortable, we can say may.
Right.
Okay.
Can you say that line that you're referencing again? I just want to make sure I'm reading the same thing.
Yeah, it's in the second line of outreach and consultation at the end of the sentence.
So I'll switch that to staff may be used to obtain reactions to.
Yeah, I mean,
It's fair.
Yeah, that's.
I'll tell you right now, I'm all on board and having them part of the conversation, but we can change our mind. I don't know.
Or it may not be necessary during the process and you may do something
Right.
afterwards.
This gives us the option.
Mhm.
Sean, do you know if the gaming commission governance document is public?
I did, I haven't found it. So they've done a good job of hiding it, but they're kind of a huge agency. Yeah, they are, be very secret.
Keep our cards very
I'd
close
be
to our-
curious to look at it if anybody can get their hands on it.
I don't think we have one.
Maybe that's why I can't find it.
Could be why you can't find it.
I thought you went through that exercise.
We did, but it's different in that we didn't come out with a charter governance approach that we voted on at a public meeting.
That's why you came to work here.
Yeah, I mean, this is our approach.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes,
nothing was put in writing?
well, I mean, our consultant has all of the meeting notes, but
Well, we
yeah, we didn't get to a final stage like this. We had a similar process in that we met, we kind of raised issues, we talked, and it really was around the functionality between commissioners in ED. And then we came up with some proposals, some just proactive steps to take. We did invite, I would say, kind of senior leadership to be around the table for that conversation to kind of get everybody's buy-in. But there was no, here's our charter, adopted at a public meeting.
Wow.
Early days too. But might not have been-
Yeah, it was it was real. One was well before we were undertaking regs, undertaking license considerations. It wasn't at this stage of where this agency is.
Infancy of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been Googling other states that have cannabis commissions, trying to find something, and I haven't found anything yet. Did you also look for those?
I anticipate there won't be anything, but yeah, we did look, I talked to folks at the gaming commission as well, and
We're pioneers.
yeah.
Pioneers.
all right, could have saved some time.
Well, from a cannabis standpoint, a lot of the states that have come after us have modeled their governance after us. So I guess it would make sense that they haven't really formalized it because we're in front of that trend. So
And some agencies roll this into their alcoholic beverages control commissions.
yeah, Washington,
so,
Oregon.
Yeah. So it's not a standalone
Oh, I
agency.
see. Okay.
Other states have a principal, like a singular commissioner.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what I've offered as advice for other states, but it may not be this structure for all the reasons.
Live and learn.
Why we're here.
All right, anything else on outreach and consultation? Or trusted information? Anything on prior activities?
I have a question on
Yes.
trusted information.
Okay.
So, the statement that we'll review similar state agency charters and job descriptions, are we being provided all the same material and sort of reviewing it, simultaneously amongst ourselves, or are we
Yeah.
sort of going off and?
No, so this is the only thing we found so far that's helpful. And I think if anyone finds anything that's helpful, we should share it with each other. So it's not like saying everyone should go and look for it. It's just useful to have some examples. So I'm trying to find some. If other people are looking, we'll share everything with everyone.
So then the information that we rely on throughout this process is the information that we've all reviewed.
Yes.
Should we limit it to state agencies or should we broaden it to say, cities, towns? And the reason I bring it up is I've often described this project as akin to like a city charter, where what's the role of the city council versus the city manager? That dynamic, or a school committee and a superintendent. And so I think I'm not saying it's on point specifically, but there might be opportunity to model some of that behavior instruction.
I think if anyone finds information that you think would be helpful, I think we should share it and then people can see how helpful it is. But yeah, without kind of overburdening anyone, but I think it's helpful to see examples when they're available.
Do you want to
What's that one?
This is the Boston City Charter.
That's gonna be probably complicated,
Yeah.
right?
That's all they have.
Huh?
Do you think that would be helpful for
I
people
don't,
to
I mean,
look
I
at?
looked through it, there's a lot. I mean, it's about voting and ballot initiatives and.
I think to Sean's point, the language should be changed from state agency to government agency, just so that we don't have that here.
Okay.
We're gonna make that.
But to Sean's point, I think a school committee charter would be an ideal kind of mirror setup. Not that we're elected, but we're appointed. We hire one person that can do school committee hiring a superintendent, so happy to dig around and see what we can find.
That would be great.
All right, should I just cut you off?
I know, I mean, I can give a copy of this to Susan and we can look at it. Just felt that the Prim Charter was more helpful than.
Great.
I have a question under prior activities.
Yeah.
The second sentence, and I'll just substitute, the mediator conducted a situational assessment to determine relevant gaps, concerns, issues, and dynamics. So you said you were synthesizing that. Is there a way to anonymize it and share that with us so we know what the gaps and the concerns and the issues are?
Yeah, so there are two ways that information comes to you. One is the scope of issues. That draft is kind of a synthesis of all the issues that I heard about that may need to be covered in the charter. And then the next thing that we'll do is I offered you, it says assessment dynamics by theme. And there are 14 items. And I'm just going to share a little bit with you verbally of what I learned from those. And then also bring those when we're talking about an issue that hits some of the dynamics that I came upon or identified. I'll share those during your discussions.
So can we add that language to be shared via the scope of issues or the assessment
Yeah.
dynamics by team? So for future generations of commissioners, they know how it would be shared to them.
Yes, that's a great idea. Okay. The other items up to the timeline. Okay, so let's look at the timeline. I'm thinking that we want to do, I had on the second page, the mediation sessions from July 27 today through October, and I'm thinking maybe we switch that to December, which is the deadline that we had set for ourselves. And then December would be finalized governance documents and January.
What's in January?
January then would be for me to prepare a summary of the process, like kind of the final report that I have to put everything together.
Sean, did you say add more dates, roll up our sleeves?
I think July through December makes sense. We'll hopefully stay on that. 'Cause right now, we've only got meetings scheduled through, I think, September, right? So
Right. Yeah, I had originally thought we'd have a couple more meetings in October, and Sean's saying, no, we needed a few more. So I think December is 6 months to do this. I think we can get that done.
especially with all day meetings.
And then somewhere in here, we will probably need to vote to adopt whatever final document created.
Okay.
I said it's like a January, February thing.
somewhere in there.
Okay.
In open meeting.
Yes.
Where does this document go from there, Sean? After it's voted on, does it become public record? Is it on our website? Is it, how accessible is it?
I think it lives on our website. I think it goes on the intranet. I think we make a wallpaper. But it definitely is on our website. Definitely a public document, definitely on the intranet. I'd say it goes into any commissioner onboarding package, potentially any new employee, depending on their level, probably, all of their onboarding packages. So, yeah, I think it becomes a real living, not living in the sense of changing, but document that gets deployed. So that way, nobody let the gaming commission, they need to find it, they can use it.
Cover of darkness.
We'll just email it to them.
The current board charter, it's all.
It's public, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will revise this document and get it back out to you. All right, the next thing on our discussion items list is the assessment dynamics. So kind of going back and forth, on one hand, I can do this as we go through the list of issues, or I can do this as a standalone. I'm thinking it's a lot of what I say may lead to a lot of questions. So I'm wondering if we should do it as part of the issues as opposed to a separate document. Do you want me to just give kind of a summary and then we can maybe limit the questions and then we can bring the questions into the discussion of issues? Does that sound right? Yeah.
What does dynamics by theme mean?
Dynamics are kind of like what causes motion in the agency, right? So it's like, what is contributing to the relationships, the functionality, the kind of just the overall sense of how things run. And by theme is just, that's the list, because I learned so much, so I had to kind of categorize things by these items. The 1 to 14 are the items that were most clearly identifiable as chunks, I would say.
And is this what you were referencing earlier about sort of what you gathered from the executive team and leadership?
From all of you, and I spoke with all of you, and then I spoke with, I think, 5 members of Sean's team.
So this is the gaps, the issues,
So there are 2 documents. There's a scope of issues document that's kind of the issues that we need to address because there are gaps or questions. Or just kind of, you need a definition of a commissioner, for example, right? That's a gap. The dynamics by theme, there's a lot of overlap between the 2, but there are some things that are just kind of hanging overhead as opposed to need to be discussed. So let me just start. For example, the first theme, challenge of standing up an agency. So a lot of people I spoke with said, this commission was in startup mode and now we're moving to a maturing of the agency. And seemed to say there were a lot of kind of some of the difficulties, some of the energies were as a result of being a startup and then needing to move to a maturing agency. So that's kind of a general dynamic. It's out there. And people are feeling some stresses of being here when they standing up the agency. And I know people were using the phrase, build the plane while we're flying it. And so for some people, that means they're tired and don't necessarily have as much energy as they had in the beginning. And for some people, it's sort of, yes, let's bring this now. Let's land the plane in a way that is a maturing of the agency.
So then could you put comma, challenge of standing up an agency, comma, moving to a maturing agency?
If we wanted to, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. So, and then just some specifics about that. So all issues are novel and precedent setting. So kind of like this, we're doing something that's never been done before. And so it's a lot of trailblazing. And another item that I heard was about, so regulations were created and changes to regulations now are harder because the industry has high-powered lawyers who are going to fight you. So that's also a shift from standing up an agency to maturing. As a mature, there's now going to be a team of stakeholders who are well-resourced. And then the open meeting laws and constraining relationship among commissioners, and that you're all very familiar with. The next item is Massachusetts as a cannabis adult use leader, and you were referring to that before. So what I heard from people is that a lot of states are using the models that you're developing for their adult use programs. And, you know, there's some pride. This is the first state east of the Mississippi. Like larger states like New York and Pennsylvania have not done this yet. So people, and some people talked about being contacted by others, being at conferences where people are coming up to them saying, you know, what are you doing? We're going to do what you do. And I think the importance of that is just to say, even what you do here in this process may have national implications. Just like we're looking for other cannabis control commissions that have charters and don't, people are going to download it from the website and say, hey, here's what Massachusetts did. So, so your work has larger impact than only in the Commonwealth.
Susan, is there sort of a basis for specifying adult use as opposed to just cannabis? Was there just a little bit more to that?
That was the way it was spoken to me. We don't have to, I mean, I can just take it as a leader.
Yes, a cannabis leader, just because.
Okay. Sure. Okay, then organizational challenges and confusions, and these get mirrored in a lot of the issues. And so clarify the executive director and chair responsibilities, given that there's a lack of statutory clarity. So commissioner and staff interactions are formally restricted and informally occurring. And so we know that that's a difficulty. There's the executive director and executive leadership team work to manage commission staff interactions. And again, this is something we've talked about before. Commissioners are full-time employees, and delineation of their responsibilities is limited to licensing regulations, hiring of executive director, and performance review and approval of job descriptions for new positions. So that's kind of the stated, that's what I heard, is that those are the delineated job responsibilities. And then just a little more about Chapter 55 and the confusion with the chair and executive director authorities. And just to go a little further in that, the appointed authorities overlap. Some people said the executive director has more pronounced statutory authority for operational activities and daily responsibilities, particularly because although the chair has discretion, any action by the chair has to be subject to a public vote. And so that's more complicated for day-to-day operations. And that the confusion sort of rippled through the agency. That was something that I heard. The next theme is the political underpinnings of the board. And so just clarity that you're all appointed by 3 statewide elected officials. And that the commission operates by voting. So that already creates a political dynamic, 3 votes for approval. And so that contributes to the political underpinnings of the board. And this is just to make that explicit, that exists, right? And this is something we just spoke about. Commissioners are active leaders in their areas of expertise, which creates expectations among constituents and the public and also personally. And that's obviously something that we will spend a fair amount of time talking through. And then again, not a surprise, but that the executive director is hired by the commission. 3 votes could remove him. And so that's a.
3 votes, 3 votes.
You didn't know that?
But so that's also a dynamic because you're his boss and, you know.
I would like that in public session.
All right, some productive organizational interactions. I think people feel that the licensing is top notch, that the staff do excellent work and that the commissioners are very thorough in all of their reviews and that responsibilities are taken really seriously, you know, to the point of the statement of our signatures are on every license. And so that people feel that very deeply and that's recognized.
So,
Yeah.
Staff feels that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these are, again, I didn't differentiate between staff, but these are the things I heard repeatedly. So
From us.
but yeah, I mean, it's in terms of thinking what's working well, the licensing seems to be,
Sorry, you're second, hear what you said. Said that.
Can you repeat, even us, because she asked if that, she said, is that what staff says?
Yeah.
The sentiment, do you want her to repeat that?
Even us.
No, I was just making, so that, I guess now I'm confused too. The sentiment is from us and staff?
it's a cross, like in articulating these dynamics, I didn't
Just read the
delineate.
last one again.
Yes.
It's like kind of.
Commissioners are thorough in reviews as they take their responsibilities very seriously and their signatures are on every license.
And that's kind of a overall opinion. Okay.
This whole list is overall opinion of everybody you interviewed.
Yeah.
Our lists don't have your
No,
robust.
yeah,
robust
because I'm doing
description.
an oral report as opposed to creating a public document.
Okay.
That's, yeah. And I think because there's so much internal things, I think it's better to just give you an oral report. So that's my thinking. People also said positive things about the work group process, that it works well to clarify commissioner staff interactions and staff resource needs and ability to work on priority issues. And I'll have another section on the work groups because there are some questions about that. Also, CCC as regulator. So there's a need for clarity of firewalls regarding interactions and communications. For example, with licensees on questions related to individual licenses or on investigations related to specific investigations or for pending matters that will be discussed and voted on by the commission in order to maintain confidence as in the CCC as a regulator providing equal and consistent treatment to customers.
and licensees.
Sean. Is that like unique to Massachusetts, or do you find so you guys put that firewall between us and the investigations, and sometimes I can only speak for myself, like, I'd like to know more, I'd like to know more facts. I feel in the dark a little, like, to be a regulator, like, we think everybody's fine and perfect unless we have the facts, so I think I understand why that's in place. I just didn't know if what, like, is it unique to us, and is that open to negotiation to let us have a little more information?
I don't think it's unique to us. It really depends on the structure of governance ultimately. So it could be, for instance, if there's a board, there's always going to be an investigative licensing arm, or I guess a compliance arm that will bring matters. For us, though, it's not even like a discretionary policy. It's really statutory 30A, quasi judicial administrative process policy. I guess if you view yourselves, and part of the challenge is we really haven't had a lot of adjudicatory stuff. But if you view yourself as judges, then you really shouldn't be getting evidence until it's time to be presented to you. If that makes sense. It's like if you are a judge and someone brings you, I suspect a crime occurred. Okay, well then that needs to go to the detective in the police department. I will get it if it's a case, but I may not get it depending on whether they bring charges.
I mean, if it's helpful, so for the ABCC, their structure is similar. There's a 3-person commission and they hear cases and they also review licenses. But, you know, to the extent that I've ever gone to any event with the chair of the commission, the executive director, I know for a fact, the executive director will tell people coming to the event, the chair is coming, you may not talk about anything, you can't, like, there's no discussion with the ABCC chair about anything other than maybe the weather. And so, again, it's to that point about maintaining, you know, the appearance of not having anything untoward going on. And just, I think at the end, it's for them, they found it's just easier if they say, you know, there's a wall between licensees and then the commissioners. So that's helpful at all.
But I just have a gray area. Like you said, when the time is right. What does that mean? Like, what is the right time?
It would be potentially in order to show cause, which would be a formal, essentially like a charging document, or it also could be a settlement agreement. And both of those mechanisms, or I guess formal document, would have every shred of evidence that we would have. That said, plenty of investigations end with there's nothing here. And so what I don't want to bring ever to any of you is speculation that I can't prove. And I think it runs the risk of frankly prejudicing you either in our favor, which would be to the detriment of the licensee, but also keep in mind too, licensees are more than happy to prejudice you by saying, there's nothing here, this is a crusade. And that's part of the challenge too, is that there's something very manipulative to that. And so I guess I'm trying to find a way to kind of reduce it to, and part of the challenge is we just haven't lived it very often, which is a credit to the licensees in a way. I'd also argue a credit to our staff. More often than not, we bring a settlement agreement. Which does, again, that we put out every shred of evidence that we have.
So hypothetically, if you're like on the cusp of a settlement agreement, like, and we go to public meeting and we are voting on this licensee, and you could be finalizing the settlement agreement the day after meeting. So we still don't know, and we're voting on a license that is very close. Like, when is the right time? Because I wonder that sometimes I red flags and I vote yes on a license and I have flags in my head because so are we in the position to vote on a licensee and then short after a meeting, there's either show cause or, right? And we all pass judgment on this saying yes.
In order to show cause would be a public process as well. So that would be an agenda item that you'd have to consider. And that is where I think my role, I sit as the firewall. And so I tend to traverse both that world and your world. But I'm also formally a check on that process as well. So I may initiate, you actually have the potential to initiate an investigation. In other words, if someone brings something to you,
I do it.
you can report it ultimately to say yeah or no. But then the obligation is to kind of step out of it.
That's right.
And I serve this, basically, I see three checks in the process. So this, I guess, bear with me as I try to lay it out. There's Yao and his team and Noam and her team that they're the detectives on the ground. They're investigating matters. Ultimately, they may come to me and say, we would recommend taking the following enforcement action to me. And I would say, I'm not seeing it yet. Go back and get more. Or I might say, you know what, I agree. That's check one. My decision could ultimately, if I say, you know what, order to show cause, we would issue that to the licensee. There's a hearing officer involved. They could appeal, the licensee could ultimately appeal that decision. This is all kind of laid out in our regs too. The licensee could appeal my recommendation to you ultimately before you even get it to a hearing officer. The hearing officer could say, no, commissions has erred and erred in the following ways. You then get that full package. So check two is the hearing officer. You then get the full spectrum of my recommendation combined with the hearing officer's findings. You then sit as the final decision. The check on you is Superior Court. So,
To check on us as well.
Superior Court. Someone could appeal your decision to Superior. But that's where I think you sit as a formal adjudicatory body. And that's where I think you and your roles as the potential to serve as judges ultimately.
This is great. Can I make a suggestion? Yeah. This kind of, I feel like we should add like number 15. And just, I think this is great. And I think that this is some of like training and education for ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Because I hear you and it's
The
great.
gray area.
It is, but I think we should add like a number 15 here and maybe start thinking about some gray areas, because within, I think we're in CC as regulator, right? I think within that, we have a lot of personal things that we all have gone through being here. This is my suggestion, because I think this is the time of now where we're really kind of looking at this, and you had brought this up earlier, which is like, do I call Susan? Do I talk about
I have
her?
her number now.
You have a number, you should call her. You should call her, but I think we should kind of do our own homework a little bit on each of these and kind of write them down, and then when we come back, however we figure this out, because I feel like otherwise we will turn this into like Sean train us on everything that we're so gray on. I'm sorry, and we can kind of go on the consensus, but because this stuff is so key and this is so important. But I'm just also thinking of so many things that we still have left in.
I know,
all
I don't want to
these little-
derail us. I'm trying not to derail.
No, it's okay. I think it's key, but this is a big topic. This is a public meeting also, so, if it's a topic that we need to bring to another public meeting, I think we can as well. But you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think it's a good exercise for us to, close it, yeah.
Oh, Sean. May I kindly ask that? So if you know something's on the pipeline with licensee, can you not have it on the, did you have the option to remove it from the agenda? So we're not in a position to vote on something, yes, giving it the seal of approval, and then the next week, something really blows up public health, public safety wise. Can you, in fairness to the licensee too, but if it's serious enough, if it rises to the level of serious enough, and they are on the agenda, and we, I said it, we put our name our names are on the license at the end of the day. And if something is significant around those issues, I feel it puts us in a precarious position to give a seal of approval and put our names on these licenses if you know something is imminent around that license, and can you table them to the next meeting?
Yes and no. I think just to be perfectly honest, yes and no. I don't view my role as having a lot of discretion to, for instance, a renewal of a license. That's an annual, and we'll hopefully talk more about that by, I guess, August. I don't want to exercise that level of discretion to withhold or limit your ability to do your job. So what I try to do though, and I hope I've done a half decent job of it, is to use that firewall discretion to say, heads up. And also in the context of another task that you guys have been doing a lot of going out to these facilities is to ask you, before you do that, can you check with enforcement? And say, should I go there? And it's almost to the chair's point of, because when you get there, if they are under some sort of investigation or something, they're going to grab your ear. Say, this is outrageous, or, this is not fair. And so we try to manage it in a way that is productive.
Like, for example, like if
Yeah,
you know someone has.
Excuse me, can I
Yeah, I know
jump in
it's-
just as a process point?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of letting the conversation go more than I ordinarily would, just
Okay.
because I see how helpful this is. And
Yeah.
I know that you have a lot of questions that you've never had a chance to ask. And so I can see that it's really important to clarify these things. If we do that on everything, we'll never finish the charter. So some of these, like, I think are almost a note of onboarding, like what are issues that should really be clarified during the onboarding phase, or if there's some mechanism for questions around things. So I think maybe you can talk during lunch or on a break to really get a sense of what that is. Yeah.
But before we leave this, I do think, to Commissioner Camargo's points, these all kind of fold into, they may be laid out in regulation, but they're also part of our job description. And it's going to become a critical piece of that. And just to say, I've had that frustration before in my old job. We waited 1.5 years for an investigation to get done on Steve Wynn. We couldn't see anything before that. We couldn't hear anything about how the investigation was going. And hopefully I'm not speaking, I lay your fear a little bit. When we do approve a license, that's a snapshot in time. Suitability for a license is ongoing to that point of, yeah, we may vote this way this week, and Sean comes to us with something the following week. There's no protection that, well, I have my license, you renewed it, so I'm all set for another year. When inevitably something comes up that challenges their suitability to hold a license. But yeah, I've sat in that position to just be like, I need to get something, or we
But
get
even-
questioned.
Yeah, but even like using that as an example, there's so many of those. Cause I feel like we're still onboarding, right? And Sean has been our executive director. We get an hour with him every other week or whatever. There's only so much, but I think that there's another part of onboarding. There's still education, there's still training that we haven't had. There's still things that are, behind the scenes, untold rules, all that stuff, right? But I don't know if you guys are okay with this, but I want to add a number 15 on here, like I know we've already told you stuff, but maybe just miscellaneous stuff that comes up through here. And I think, I don't know where onboarding falls in here, but I think there's a lot of these topics,
I think, you raise a really good point. And I'll throw something out there. It's sort of like a continuing education component to the job that we have here, similar to sort of like with lawyers, you have to sort of, not in Massachusetts, but in other states, you have to keep on getting refreshed about what's happening, make sure that you're sort of abreast of the issues that you come into contact with. And maybe we do kind of incorporate some sort of ongoing education component.
Yes, that's really good.
Yeah, so in the prim charter, part of in the code of conduct, there is an aspect to continuing education. That's a great
It's
idea.
a great idea. And for training purposes, we can meet together, right? 'Cause that's part of it.
Yeah.
So for training, we can all meet.
We just gotta get through this charter first.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna add that to the list of issues for the charter. This is the dynamics. All right,
Dynamics.
I think our lunch will be here soon. Let's see. So this was a really interesting one that I heard a lot about, that goal setting drives resource allocation. So this is how I understand it. The commission goals are set and approved annually. And then the executive director's goals are set and approved annually. And then the commissioner established a 5-year resource plan and a 3-year social equity plan. And then planning and resource allocation get aligned with the commission's goals and the small c commission's goals and the executive director's goals. And then the staff workloads are consistent with those goals and the resource allocation plan. And so what happens sometimes when commissioners raise new projects, that aren't part of the structure, the goals and the resource allocation. It creates confusion for the staff and difficulty in allocating resources. And so sometimes there's a misalignment of what's been set as strategic goals and resource allocations and interests of commissioners. And so that's something we should be thinking about in the charter is maybe it's having some, we have to figure out how that staff at resource allocation gets set within the goals so that the commissioners are somehow incorporated into that, because that's part of the rub that's happening right now, as it was explained to me, is just a misalignment with goals and resource allocation and some commissioner requests.
Could you recirculate our goals?
This, my 7 goals.
No, she said we have goals.
No, the commission, small c, sets goals.
Where is that?
Goals we set for him
No.
or approved for him.
Yeah, Susan just said the commission has sets goals.
I think she's speaking, I
Okay.
think she's saying that, I don't know if you're saying, I think she's talking about our mission or the goals that we've put out in terms of.
Are there a set of goals that are separate from your goals? Okay, so then I misunderstood. So it's executive director goals, sorry.
Maybe we
Okay.
have goals.
I thought she meant I thought she was talking about like our mission statement and our, what we have.
Well, let's
on
just
our-
throw it out there. If we had goals, then that would get rid of like, we had goals and the staff would know the goals, we would know the goals, and this way we wouldn't have that problem of the resource problem going
And so,
outside of the goals.
right, so that's one of the things that I think the charter needs to address is how, is to align all of the goals.
Yeah, but I think to your point, we've, I don't know, I mean, we've had this conversation a little bit, right? But we come in here, we're hired, we have a seat, but we haven't had even this conversation. No one, at least no one said to me, you know, my 3 appointing authorities did not say to me, hey, Nudis, I want you to focus on this in the next 5 years, right? Like my goals have become my listening tours, right? What I hear from the public, what I use within my expertise, right? I think we've all done that, right? But that's been a big piece of it. We don't have, as individual commissioners, we don't set our own strategic plans. I said this, you weren't here in the beginning, but I said this in the way beginning, way before, but we ourselves don't have strategic plans. We ourselves don't have what Sean has, which is his goals, right? So I think it's a good point. I don't even know, well, how we get there and how does that happen, right? Because how is Sean gonna tell us, hey, commissioners, I want you all to give me a strategic plan and tell me what you're gonna work on. But I feel like I've had this conversation a lot. You and I have talked about this idea and, you know, I've said to Sean, right, like, tell me a little bit, what do you think I could be working on in terms of my expertise and the work that I'm doing? So, but it's a good point, because the way that people hold us accountable is if we're doing our job that's on paper, but then there's another misconception of our seats and the goals within those seats. So it's definitely a
But there's
big
also.
gray area.
There's definitely a rub there
Yeah.
as well,
Yeah.
because our goals as commissioners and the resources that we ask to achieve those goals there's a conflict there as well about
Yes.
what's available
Yeah, yeah.
and what we can do.
Yeah.
And also just sort of
Yes.
how that's
How do
laid
you-
out.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a big
Excuse me, I'm gonna see if lunch is here and then we can kind of continue the
I want
conversation.
to wait to get back, I don't wanna.
No, I think it's okay. I think,
But you're right, that gets back to the tension that we're trying to address. But as I'm sitting here, I'm
I'm gonna
thinking
just send
about,
Grace an email and see if,
you
I
know,
can text her, Susan. Let me just.
okay, that would be great, thank you.
you carry the responsibility of promoting the mission, doing everything that all of us do kind of on the outside, but where I haven't thought about this before is we approve the executive director's goals. He looks at allocation of resources and what's required and all the departmental goals that align with his goals. But we've never actually, at least I don't think we have, asked him what we can do to support his goals. I mean, I have a check-in with him and I was like, how you doing on, any updates you want to give me on 1 through 7?
I mean, I
I
feel like,
guess I've never been clear on the question of saying, what can I do to help you with 1 through 7? Because I do look at your goals as the commission or the agency. So
there's no clear goals for commissioners besides our day-to-day job description. This is how I interpret it. But I think when you did the budget exercise last year that we went through, we kind of recreated, you went and said to us, hey, what are your goals? So for me, I think that's the only thing that I can think about, right? And this is, I'm talking about myself, so, hey, I'm looking to talk about the social equity strategic plan for the next 5 years. I'm trying to look at this treasurer role. I'm trying to look at, these certain issues. So I think that conversation took place. I don't know how you did it before, but I know that that took place, but in terms of like us turning something in on paper, talking about it in a public meeting and saying, hey, I'm gonna work on this for the next 2 to 3 years. These are my goals as a commissioner. I feel like we've talked about it individually, right? In terms, we already know what each of us talking points are, but there isn't something set that we've had in terms of like,
How would those integrate with the overall commission goals? Like, that's the, I think that's the.
If I can offer a little bit
Yeah.
of more context.
Yeah.
So, Sean's goals are on an annual basis. The way resources are allocated are determined on an annual basis. The state budget is something that these are all annual things. I know that, I have my own priorities that I advocate for. I talk about this all the time about public awareness and expungement and sealing, kind of figuring out where to find resources for that. And that's something that, rather than saying a 3 or 5 year, that's something that will implicate our budget at the commission for that year, or maybe the next year, who knows? But just sort of determining how resources are given or what the requests are that sort of receive that priority, that interacts not only at the commissioner level, but for staff, and when Sean's going through the budget process as well, to figure out sort of where can we do whatever, where can these funds go? Where's our capacity like for staff support?
And I think that's why this dynamic emerged, is because there is that misalignment, right? Because as you said, the goals get set, the resources get allocated, and then the year is kind of planned, and then a request for resources comes that hasn't been considered, in that annual resource
And then
plan.
our goals shift Sean's goals.
Yeah.
And then like that's another rub. It's like
Right.
we're kind of
right?
rubbing up
And then
against
we
each
don't,
other.
and then we don't know what each other's goals are unless we hear through the grapevine and we're talking to each other
Or it's a
or
public meeting.
something
So, like,
that comes up.
I feel like if we had goals, to your point, if we had goals and public awareness was one of them, and we had all worked together as a collective body, I think we would have gotten those public awareness funds if that was like a goal.
That's right.
And so like for you to do expungement or prevention education and social equity and like, I just feel if we had a unified voice, and they can be broad goals, right? Like public awareness, secure public awareness funds. Just, and in some way, they do support what you're trying to do, like supportive, to not distract, but support. But so then when staff says, well, is this, so I just got it, discuss the feasibility of what I'm proposing, like, but who determines the feasibility of that? Like, if we had goals, it would be helpful, I think,
And
to.
even if there's a discussion amongst ourselves at some level, so that there's some consensus around what happens,
I would,
or what the focus or priorities
Yeah,
are.
I think it needs to be unified.
Sean, what are you getting from this?
Scared.
Let's say anxiety. Well, because I don't view my goals as declared by the commission as being like, I didn't set them. They're not, I make recommendations, but ultimately the commission is going to dictate what my goals are. And then those goals are I view them as the agency's goals. Because they then become tasks for every single department to then hopefully row in that direction. And then I think our budget, and speaking of the resource allocation, the other thing I want to think about in the context of allocation is also the availability of that budget, because that could dictate. We've been fortunate that we've gotten the resources we've asked for to a large degree. But I'm fearful that we're hitting a 5-year phase that we now are structural. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to go and get $5 million more next year. But in thinking about it, if there's my goals plus each commissioner's goals, that's 35 goals. I guess, no, that's 42 goals. So that's terrifying.
Well, but that's an assumption that all the commissioners have the same number
Yeah.
of goals, right? You
Different.
could say to the commissioners, you have 1 or 2 goals that are your priorities.
So in an agency
Right.
then of 90 people with each department, you're looking at 12 goals. And that's still, that's a lot of potential conflict. That's a lot of, again, I guess from an implementation standpoint, it's a little terrifying. And it's not as if each commissioner doesn't have an opportunity to advocate for and embed something into my goals. I do that as the exercise.
Let's hold off. This is a long discussion, and so this was just to bring up what some of the elements of this discussion are, and we'll put a pin in it and come back to it when we're discussing. Did you hear from Grace? Did she say if lunch is here yet?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, then I'm gonna keep going. Commissioner, department head, the next two are really, we've kind of discussed them in this conversation, but I'll just go through them. Commissioner, department head interactions. So some have regularly scheduled check-ins, some interact for particular tasks. Department heads appreciate when commissioners request staff time so they can properly triage as opposed to going directly to a staff member. Okay. Then commissioner staff interactions. So staff see commissioners as their boss's boss's boss, right? So, right, so basically they see you as the big cheese. And so when you ask for something, some of them have a sense of, I need to drop everything because this is my boss's boss's boss asking for it. And so they get confused about the chain of command. Who are they supposed to go to? And so some of them just drop everything, do what you ask them to do, and then they're hung up on what they were expected to do. So that's a dynamic. And then some of the relationships are a result of perceptions of political leanings and an expected alignment of values. And so that also causes staff to sometimes think they should just drop everything.
Can you explain that?
If someone might go to a staff person who they think has a political alignment with them, or the staff person may think they have a political alignment with a commissioner, and so they feel even more obligated to drop their planned tasks to accommodate a commissioner request.
Dawn, you said you addressed that.
I did,
No, you've said you addressed that in the
to the
past.
extent that I'm able, but the commissioner staff interaction is sometimes things that I often don't know about. I do my best to tell me, ask me,
I'm just gonna be here.
and that's both commissioner and staff, but someone let me know that it's happened, and that doesn't happen all the time. And that's historical and present as well.
Okay, commissioner roles. We've talked about these. So the commission decides licenses, regulations, policy, set high-level work goals, and develop high-level strategy, delegate to the executive director the day-to-day operations. Let's see, public speaking, listen to constituents and engage with stakeholders, and it's helpful when you inform the department heads. Drive toward a common commission vision. So those are some of the roles that people said we have to go further in those. There was some discussion about the legislation that the commissioners work together to develop a common legislative agenda and had a desire to speak with one voice and to improve their impact. And then there was some confusion around impromptu interactions with legislators.
Just here's.
Okay, I'm really close to finishing, so I'm going to just drive through. Another item that was discussed was the need for a process for removal of a commissioner for cause. So people said there needs to be an appropriate mechanism. Is it the appointing authority? How does that happen?
Susan, so on the previous one, under legislation, is there anything to expand on around the impromptu or, sort of one-on conversations with legislators? Was there anything more to that, or?
So it just said, from what I heard from a number of people, where sometimes someone would get a call from someone, so So they would take that call or run into somebody, and then what does that mean for letting the governmental affairs person know about those interactions? So just some clarity needed around those kinds of interactions. Okay. So we're at two more things, and then I'll let us have lunch. Work groups, so people like that, it brings in voices of others. There are questions about how they're organized and how people get selected for them. It would be helpful to have an administrative process for communicating which are opened and when they've completed their work. And then sometimes commissioners have functioned as a champion and an equal partner, and sometimes play a more dominant role at the work groups. Yes.
A question on 12. Isn't that expressly stated in the statute? And therefore, this is not the role of the commission. It's the role, it's expressly stated the grounds for removal for a commissioner.
Yeah, I would say for context on that, there's gotta be something before removal as well, like what is a progression of sort of a interaction, or even call it confrontation? So it can't just be like steady state, everything's great, all right, now it's removal time. There's gotta be sort of escalation, perhaps.
Well, and there's a whole, somebody has a medical emergency, no longer able to function, it doesn't need to be the conspiracy or the negative, it can just be,
When there's a
Like-
vacancy.
Updating a sort of like notice as well, like if the determination is for removal or that being the recommended next steps, then what does notice look like from, if any, that comes from the commission as well, like sort of a,
To the commissioner?
to the,
or to the appointing authority, right?
And does the commissioner have a right to know that this process has been initiated toward them?
I feel like that's all, like like all of that should sort of be folded into that breakdown. I had also on the working groups, I know, well, this would be probably for later discussion. I want to understand like why that exists and if that's the best, like we came in and that was just sort of given as the way the commission operates with working groups, but it was sort of never discussed amongst us or sort of understood. At least I'll speak for myself about why that is the way that we choose to operate.
Sean probably knows more. It was explained to me as a way to assist with that kind of commissioner staff interaction. That it clearly articulated why that interaction, why that need for that issue was going to happen, and then how it was going to happen and what the resource needs were for it. And so it was kind of part of, it helped in the management of staff time.
Is this something that was created based off, another agency or is, I guess I wanted, and maybe I'll ask this at a different time as well. I just wanted to get some more background on, are there other concepts? Are there other ways to do this and why we have working groups as our go-to?
So here's what I'm going to ask. I have one last item on this, and then maybe we can have that conversation over lunch. Okay? So the charter process is the last thing, and the only thing I heard from that is that we may not get it right the first time, so somehow have a way to tweak it, like test it and tweak it so that you're not stuck with something that there's no way we'll think of every scenario. And so it's not unusual to include in a charter is like an opportunity for mid-course corrections. Even city charters will say, we'll review it every 5 years or every 10 years, depending upon what the needs might be. Okay, that's my assessment dynamics. So let's grab lunch, and that was going to be a break, but I think it's a good time to have informal conversations about some of these issues. And then lunch will be half an hour, and then we'll reconvene. It may have a highlighted stopped here on 623. So that's where we're going to pick up. And what I what I'd love to be able to do is kind of quickly run through whether these issues should be in the charter or not. And I know we have to have some discussion about them to understand them enough, but I'd really love to get through this and maybe have some time to actually dive into an issue. The reason why that would be helpful is then when we dive into an issue, I can start taking notes about what needs to be in the charter as a result of it. So let's give it a try and see how things work out. So the next item was commissioner staff, executive director, leadership team interactions. And I also it feels like there's some things that are charter related and some things that are operations that don't need to be in the charter. And so we're probably going to be moving that line throughout the process. But if some things are clear that they're operations and not kind of high level charter, and we can flag those for out, that would be helpful. So I guess that's my question on this one. Should this be in the charter or is this more operational?
I guess, Susan, when you say operational, so if we designate something as operational, what happens to it? Does it go to the island and Mrs. Boyd?
That's a good question. It goes into what we sometimes call in the business, the parking lot. And then I guess at the end, we give Sean the parking lot.
But no grass.
Sean lives in the parking lot.
I guess it's just a matter of, when I did the assessment and talked to people, people talked about all kinds of issues and I wanted to reflect those.
Yeah.
And then, when I look at the pension reserves investment management board, it's very high level. And I think probably you want more than what they have, but I don't know where the actual line is, so.
I'm inclined to want to leave it only because I think there is a lot of ambiguity around this issue and whether folks have bandwidth or that it's feasible to, or even the underpinnings you said where someone might gravitate more to help one commissioner over another commissioner because of their alignment. I feel this is important for uniformity on how the interactions occur.
Okay, all right. Everyone agree? That's it?
Yeah, I would concur, and I think especially based on the last sub here, which is that license appeals investigations, I think really spending some time on that and that's where those firewalls are and formalizing that would be valuable. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think, I guess, towards as we get closer to actually writing things down, so in the board communication policy for the print documents, there's a section in here about communication with prim staff. Talks about how the board member information requests that require significant expenditure of staff time or the use of external resources shall, and then there's like, so this could be a good guide for that.
What page are you on, just so I can flag it also?
23?
23. Those are policies, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay, priorities. We talked some about that. Setting of for commission, which may not exist. I might have misunderstood that. So we can cross out for commission, but for executive director, commissioners, and this was changing of like, it seems like things get very well planned. And then what happens if there's a legislative change or something shifts, or there's a request for shifts because of preferences. So are priorities something that should be addressed, the setting of priorities, something that should be in the charter?
I guess, I mean, maybe to keep it consistent with how we interact with the executive directors and goal setting as opposed to priorities, because that is essentially a formalized process now that we're going to go through every year.
Okay. So call it goal setting. Work groups? Should work groups be formalized in the charter?
Is this the place to respond to, or kind of get into the topic that Commissioner Concepcion raised about why do we have work groups? And I guess the reason I raised that, so I guess I'm gonna not even let you answer. Sorry about that. Is I don't know that it works for now and it organically came to be, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna be permanent in a way that, like, there might be a better mousetrap. And if that's the case, then are we locking ourselves into a work group structure and thereby not allowing an alternative approach? Or I guess I wonder if we should think about that. That might be implementation versus governance.
Whatever it's called, there needs to be, it needs to be equitable. So there's commissioners here that have been on multiple work groups. I've been on 0. How is that fair? That some get on multiple and other commissioners get on 0. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but there needs to be a better process in place.
I'll give you one of mine, because it's a lot.
See, like you have multiple
So,
ones,
so,
No, I'm
this,
kidding.
right?
I
You've been
don't-
on
I don't.
multiple ones.
I've only been
is
on
there-
diversity.
I'm gonna have to,
Yeah, sorry.
so work groups. I'm trying to think of what's a more general term. If you don't want to lock into the work groups concept, what's the more general term? Is it,
Susan, is your question also if we leave it here? Because I think it sounds like we need to have a larger conversation just about actually what it is, why, how,
And who has
past,
authority
present, who
to
has authority.
determine who is what within a working group as well?
so I think the question is, it sounds like what I'm hearing, that there needs to be something in the charter that's a mechanism for how certain issues get addressed by a combination of commissioners and staff. And right now, the work group is the mechanism. And I'm wondering if for where we are now and putting something into the charter, should we, yeah, I'm just looking for a term that would describe
Just
that.
use- So in the prim charter, again, on page 3, it says the board shall establish any committees or subcommittees that it considers necessary, and then appoint board members to committees or subcommittees. So like use a structure like this. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so can we, if you're open to a structure, maybe if you don't want to call it a working group, maybe pull from, I think it's page 8 on the charter. It just talks about giving, and so in the charter would give the commission the authority to create groups, subgroup, whatever you want to call it, as appropriate.
When can we talk about it, though?
As soon as we get through, as soon as, what I want to do is what's in, what's out. And then as soon as we do that, we're going to actually
Okay.
talk about the issues.
Right.
I
Right?
think to have
I think
in the
it's good.
charter, a
It's
mechanism.
But now I'm worried because I think we're conflating a work group to a subcommittee of the commission.
Yeah.
And that's not what it is.
Is it something less?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's how are we gonna tackle this project? Who's in, who's out?
It's
And you
more
do-
like a
you do-
task group. It's
You do
a
have-
task because
You
it's
do have an
focused.
SOP for creating a working group.
Yep.
So I'm mindful of that flexibility is, if we go along, it's easier to create, is, and maybe more of a question, is it easier to create or be flexible how we create a working group by having it outside of a charter? But I think to your point, and the example you just raised, of there might be commissioner created committees that might be more formally part of the charter.
I think the phrase is not, it doesn't have a rigid definition to it. So I don't believe that there will be an issue with us using that phrase. And I think that it's sort of, it can be fluid in the way that we use that down the line if that structure sort of changes to what we have established now. That's just my,
Why don't we keep this in for now, and maybe when we have the discussion, we come up with another name for it that, or we structure it in a different way. But it sounds like this chunk needs to be in here.
And I'm also saying that phrase is not, when we're talking about the commission or the agenda, that has a lot of very specific meaning behind it.
Okay.
The phrase working group is not sort of, so.
It doesn't sound contentious, it
No.
sounds nimble. But I would add work group / a subcommittee if we could have a conversation at some point about a possible
At
structure.
the end of the day, we personally would love to see more transparency around these working groups. So whether we voted to create them as a commission on the topics, and we could even vote which commissioner could be assigned, so it's fair. Like, I just feel there's not a lot of transparency. I can't name 3 working groups. I don't know is there a running list? Do you know all the working groups? Does anybody here know all the working groups?
Okay, I think we need to have it on the
Like,
list.
more
and,
transparency at the end of the day to be
Okay.
helpful to everyone on that.
All right, constituent services. Again, this is something that came up. Is that something that should be in a charter?
So first blush for me, I would say no. I think there's some pieces of it that do fold back into the top of the page for, commissioner staff interactions, license appeals, investigations, things like that. But
I don't
I
understand.
don't
it.
quite understand the constituent
We
services.
need to understand what it is.
Okay, some people talked about getting calls from, again, I think it had to do also with the particular seats of getting calls from someone and feeling like they had a responsibility to be responsive to a person who was related to the seat that they were in. That's where I was going. Yeah. Anyone feel strongly that this should be in here?
This is only for the charter.
For the charter, right?
The only aspect I think is relevant, and I don't know if it falls under constituent services, though, but I can see how somebody could interpret it as constituent services, is that outreach from a licensee in the context of an investigation. And what is the obligation of the commissioners versus the staff? And we kind of touched on it earlier.
Yeah, that's right up there with the commissioner, staff, and leadership team interactions. That's the last bullet there.
Agree, but I guess what I'm saying is, there's nothing stopping someone from saying, but I'm just responding to a constituent they called. That's not me breaching a firewall. I guess I would argue otherwise. Because I want to be responsive to constituents. That's I'm feeling that role, not.
So we can touch that in that conversation and take out this section.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay. How about legislation? No, are you, I'm sorry.
Are you taking this, we're removing this?
Not having constituent services in the charter, but just have a conversation about that relative to licensees and investigations.
It will be in the charter.
Will
Yes.
be in the charter. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you say, will, the constituent services will be in the charter or will not?
So this section, so far I heard people say, take it out.
Yes.
That's your decision to make. I heard 2 things. One is that the way constituent calls relative to licensing,
Mhm.
individuals' licenses or investigations should be discussed when we talk about the firewall.
Okay, yeah.
So it would be there, and I think maybe anything else might come in under commissioner roles and responsibilities.
Well, the word that my eyes go to is the triage. So if we had a procedure, a policy in place that we triage these, we don't know that there's an investigation. So like if I'm like, for instance, have a meeting with MCRLF, I didn't know, but if there was a way to triage it, say, I'm scheduled here, somebody could have said, Commissioner, that's not a good idea for you to meet with these people, and don't even have to tell me why. I'm just wondering if this should be a policy in place, because you're the one that has all the information, we only have parts of it. So if you knew I had a meeting that was not in my best interest, or the commission, or any one of us, you could reach out to us and say, at this time, I advise you maybe not to have this meeting. Is that an okay idea?
I think that's what, just in terms of like what stays in this list and what doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that's what Sean was pinpointing, is like, that is the component that should remain, but otherwise, the
Okay.
rest of this should.
I just got confused, I'm sorry.
Is that clear as yourself?
That was my understanding. Okay, how about legislation? Do you want anything about developing legislation in the charter? Is that appropriate?
I look at the three bullets you have under that. I think one component, developing the agreed agenda should be a charter piece to it. But the other two, I think, kind of fall into the, put it in the parking lot kind of SOP process. But I think, what we did last year with respect to looking at an agenda, voting on an agenda, agreeing on an agenda, I'd love to see that become formalized and part of a charter and how we all, at least the five of us, interact. But the other pieces should be under that and just kind of a function of how the agency interacts.
I agree.
Yes. Everyone agree with that? Okay. Thank you. Communications. And this, people talked about the press scrum after a public meeting and then external public communications.
I guess I look at communications, I guess, again, it's kind of like how we handle, say, a quote press scrum. That should have the flexibility to evolve over time based on individual interest, individual needs, what works, what doesn't. One thing I think that should be settled, especially in a charter, is who speaks on behalf of the commission and when. Then I would rather have that documented somewhere with agreement. And I guess a way of being able to point to it and say, we all agree, this is how it's going to be handled. How the press gets managed, I think, is a strategic and therefore evolutionary element.
Other thoughts? Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
That's a good point.
I was kind of just, you look at communications, some, again, I think of the charter as more of a higher level document, but something that akin of every commissioner shall have the opportunity to be involved in the outreach and communications of the commission for their comfort level or whatever, but they all have the opportunity to participate.
Okay, so that's regarding external public communications, so also just a high level sentence somewhere in the charter about that.
Kern probably has something, because remember
Yeah,
that usually
page
gets me when I look for the. Yeah, they're like, there's some draft statement even embedded of.
Yeah.
Every member agrees to say some nonsense.
I want to make sure I'm understanding, Bruce, the statement you made was in regards to the press scrums, or was it in reference to this entire section?
It was kind of a blanket statement for overall communications involvement. It's like each commissioner has the opportunity to participate where they feel comfortable, where they want to be involved, but not to parse it out between speaking at a Rotary Club or doing press scrum. We all have the opportunity to participate in whatever the strategy is, if we so choose.
So in the prim example, so on page 6, there's a general principle statement around communications, and but then starting on page 23, there's an actual board communication policy.
So I just want to clarify, because this is like a charter and policies.
Right.
So my understanding is we're doing a charter and a job description. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah, I wasn't advocating that we.
Okay,
create
just
policy.
giving that as illustrative. Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. I'm just scared that this is going to balloon into every policy that's needed. So,
See you next December.
Yeah, and I think what's going through my mind is, we're not gonna be able to solve every issue that, the charter's that the commission is dealing with. So we're looking at a charter for, general governance issues. And then there's gonna still be a lot left, after that. But what I'm hoping is that the discussions will help you with some of the operational issues as well.
I think, unfortunately, my mind always goes to like sort of worst case scenario sometimes. Like, how would someone use this in a way that is absolutely terrible and catastrophic? Sorry, that's very, very, like, I'm sorry. That is like, I think it's like the lawyer in my head is just like, all right, now, what can happen? Okay, but listen, hear me out. The component here that talks about stakeholder engagement. So I was thinking about, sort of that line about every commissioner having the opportunity to participate. It gets a little murky if, let's say, a commissioner has, initiated or wanted to have this extended outreach on behalf of that priority or something that's in the works, that they're developing. I guess I'm a little bit, fearful that if we include language like that about every commissioner having the opportunity, do we then have to open up what we're creating or developing to all commissioners to make sure that they're also engaged?
Yeah.
Very extreme, I know.
Yeah,
but
no, I
that's
wasn't even looking, I was looking at just normal kind of communications outreach that we already do, but you're adding like a whole new,
I know how I use stakeholder engagement. I use it both for like what we do as a commission and the commission agreed on policies, but I also use it in the development of some of my own priorities as well.
Okay.
The communications team and that, like that component.
So is that fold into where we think we need to do some focus around working groups?
No, I was thinking in terms of, I wrote it down. You said under this list for communications, every commissioner shall have the opportunity to participate. I was just thinking, I understand how that operates in the press scrum realm. Like I get that. But if you're going down this list and we're saying, okay, external public communications, stakeholder engagement, constituents, both public and private, I'm afraid that if we use any language like that and the language around every commissioner having the opportunity, it sort of gets into a place where I can just see it getting a little murky.
Are you thinking in the sense of like, if you had coordinated, arranged for some stakeholder engagement, that by you doing that, every commissioner is invited?
Yes.
I see, okay.
Okay, I think my question is, do we want to have something in the charter about stakeholder engagement? Your sense
I
is
don't think
better
so.
not to.
I think it's better not to, but I
And just
like
keep it broad.
Sean's point on
Yeah.
who speaks on behalf of the commission and when. I think that's something that's important to have in the charter itself. But if we put anything here, I don't know where we would put it, but like in the charter, I can just see that being a little bit, murky. Murky's the only word.
So it sounds like,
Clunky.
take
Clunky,
out
I'm just like-
everything that's below communications, but leave communications in for a broad statement on who speaks on behalf of the commission and that everyone has an opportunity to participate in outreach.
What do you guys think?
I mean, we don't have to have the language now, but I'm just saying, is it that we want just
Should
a
we take
general
Scrum
statement?
it? Because that's, it could be a policy around Scrum.
I guess for me, I'm a little kind of confused and torn at the same time, because like I know what you're saying what you're saying, how I'm understanding it is more on a working group or policy note,
And how we use communications in those.
and how we use communications on those, right? On the stakeholder engagement, my head went completely somewhere else. Like the DIA stuff right now. We all said in those meetings for stakeholder engagement. We did. So like we have to be part of that stakeholder engagement for like the other stuff, sort of like stuff that we're working on, how it relates to communications and Scrum. I think that's like also different. I guess I'm seeing two things. I'm seeing them separate, but I don't know if this is a time right now to really go deep into it, but I guess if I can use myself as an example, if I want to start working on cannabis for horses, I don't want to tell any of you guys right now, because I don't know if you're gonna laugh at me. Sean's already laughing at me. I'm wearing his mask. I don't know the policy. I don't know any of it, but I'm gonna go do my own research. I'm gonna go write to some people. I'm gonna go talk to some people, but I'm still not even gonna tell anybody that I'm working on that. Right? And then I tell Sean, hey, I have an idea. I did some work here, da, 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 da. And then I continue to work on cannabis for horses all the way down till I bring it to public meeting. Right? That's like my choice. I don't want to bring in any other commissioner to work with me on this, right? But what about if Kim wanted to work on cannabis for horses, right? So do you, but if I say, well, Kim, I don't really want you to work with me because, yeah, you have too many questions, right? So do I have the right to say that? Or, do I have the right to say, do you have the right to say, well, Reese, like in our charter says that we can join and do anything together. I also care about horses, so let me join, right? So that's how I'm completely on a practical note.
Right.
Yeah.
That's, going through it, right? Like the sheriff's situation. Bruce and I started having a conversation last July or the year before, I think, when we first started, with Kevin Sibley around reentry work and the social equity program and talking to the sheriffs about reentry. Bruce and I started having that conversation. Simultaneously, you're having the conversation with Kevin as well.
Right.
And then it can only be two of us. So Bruce said, Nerese, I'll step back. You and Roy go talk to the sheriffs and go do and have that conversation. And then we had that meeting, Commissioner Concepcion, when as a, to listen and to be there also as a public safety seat.
Right.
So that's like a really good example of the murkiness.
Right.
Like, we're having a conversation, I didn't know you were having a conversation, but you came from the sheriff's office, so one can assume, hey, let me talk to Roy, because she came from the sheriff's office, but I don't really have to ask you. No one tells me I have to be inviting to you, you know what I mean? So I think that's the murkiness, that's the gray area.
So I wonder, it sounds like what you're describing isn't really communications in the sense of representing the commission. But it sounds like maybe here's what I'm gonna propose. For now, we just keep communications broadly.
Yeah.
And then it sounds like under roles and responsibilities of commissioners, we should add in stakeholder engagement and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Under roles and
I
responsibilities.
know that was all helpful, but that's how I, practical.
That was really helpful. That was really helpful, because that's an issue. And we don't know what's happening. We're working on the same things and we don't even know it. Communicating with the same agencies and we don't know it.
Yeah.
And that's also part of stakeholder engagement, and then we're colliding.
But this also comes back to using the ED as the traffic.
That's
I
right.
mean, when I check in with Sean, I have Post-its all over my desk. I try to give him an update on
Yeah.
what I'm thinking about, what I'm looking at, who I might have had a conversation with, and hopefully, without completely swamping the ED, he hears that from each of us. He can kind of put the pieces together
But
so
also,
that we don't get too far down tracks
Yeah.
without having a conversation.
That's a good point, Bruce. So it's like our
Or how do we
responsibility
build that
to
into
tell
an agenda-
Sean.
Into our agenda
Yeah.
in comments.
Bruce, your idea of what we
Yes.
should do at our public meetings is talk about the, your idea of like the agenda setting for the year.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that, but we're gonna try to adjust
Yeah.
that. So perhaps we can, during our board meetings, set aside time to talk about what's on our plates.
Yeah.
But I don't want this conversation in a public meeting. Like that is, I just feel like there has to be a way. Even maybe we'll kind of talk about this when we get to that point, just making sure that we do communicate what we're working to Sean so that it can be, because I think that's a problem too. Is Sean not being
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say this really quick. Roy, I know you wanna say something?
well, didn't Alyssa bring up that calendar, events calendar thing?
That's what I was gonna say, so.
So the events calendar thing could not necessarily let us know you're working on horse cannabis, but that.
Let's not bring that up.
You guys have never done horse therapy?
This is gonna be all, should they do this, Sojo?
That's separate. No, but I think, and Sean's always in the hot seat, right? But when we gotta keep moving, but I'll just say this, kind of like my own recommendation here, I'm taking it or leave it, but there's also, part of this also goes back to our goals as commissioners, our priorities, the calendar, project that Alyssa wants to work on, so that we all know what we're all working on, but also there's no deposit of like, hey, this is what I'm working on, right? So, and Sean has to manage all of these personalities, so I think in operations and roles, I think we have to think about how do we do that, but we also ourselves have to commit to say, hey, I'm working on this. There are some secret squirrel stuff that we do work on. And that's okay, as long as, to me, somebody knows that we're working on things, but we gotta figure it out. It's more operational versus communications and Scrum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go even a step further. I think if we're not communicating to Sean and we've gone too far, then as far as like the staff resources and where the priorities lie, it goes to whatever was being communicated. And maybe that's a good discussion we need to have too, just so we're all on the same page, but that's my opinion.
I guess I want to unfortunately use the horse cannabis example. As much as I don't want to create.
I don't wanna say dogs, because everybody here has dogs, so.
Yeah.
So, but I think the example though is, let's say you brought that to me and said, I'd like to explore this a little bit. My response frankly is gonna be, all right, who do you need? What do you need? And that's probably gonna turn into a working group with a charter. But if you also say to me, I wanna go alone on this, I'm gonna try to find a way to respect that, but that might mean that in my various check-ins with other commissioners, I'm not gonna go and say, hey, it's up.
Right.
This is going on, but then if Commissioner Roy comes to me and says, heard about this thing in other state about horses with cannabis, and
Right.
I might come back to you and say,
Absolutely.
do you mind if I partner up? But if you say no, I guess I'd like to understand the expectations of this group.
Absolutely.
Am I
That's back to,
creating two working groups?
Right.
That are both secret squirrel?
right. That's completely.
Horses.
point.
Right, secret squirrel horses that we're gonna.
Yes.
But that's, I guess, now, hopefully, if nothing else, like, that's the challenge that I run into is I don't want to be cagey, I don't want to be secretive, but I do want to be respectful.
You don't like to say no to us.
I don't, I mean, it's not in my best interest because I learned today that 3 of you can get rid of me, so I gotta at least keep 3 of you happy.
Yeah.
I afford to piss off 2 at any given time. But I think that's the dynamic that, I think we've actually uncovered a little bit of, that's why I've been looking through. And not just now, but for 5 years, is trying to make sure that you have the resources you need and you have the support you need, but also respecting your own individual objectives,
Absolutely.
agendas, and seeing also where I can partner and say,
Right.
you're a little aligned on this, if
Right.
we expand the scope by X,
Right.
I can get both of you involved,
Right.
but it's not simple.
Right.
It's a bit of a puzzle.
I can see that.
So you need a little bit of margins.
Yes,
So-
Yeah.
right, he does, the role does.
But it's a little bit of margins for him, but it's also some level of, and again, we're trying to craft a charter for us to lead for whoever fills our seat. But at the same time, we're talking about something that just relies on the trust of the 5 people. sitting in this room.
Absolutely.
And that's
Absolutely,
tough to
absolutely,
ingrain in
absolutely,
paper.
absolutely.
Especially, I think what's complicated is that potentially 5 of you could be changed at the same time. Like if it was staggered, there would be kind of a way of doing business and then people would get filled in. But because you could all be, you have 5-year terms, they could all turn over. That's even more challenging.
I mean, embedded though, in some of it is, and I'm not trying to kind of shirk the responsibility or shrink from it either. I think some of it could just be a difficult conversation that is, I can't support that right now. We don't have the time, we don't have the energy, we don't have the resources. I'm sorry. But I think to Commissioner Roy's point, it needs to be equitably deployed. It can't just be, every time I come to Shawnee, tell me no. So I think that's my job in some ways. And so it's, frankly, there might be a circumstance where I have to say no. And the only thing I would ask is just for either patience or at least understanding.
And then what is your no mean? It's like making sure that, I think it gets a little bit murky. Because I know, Sean, you are hyper aware of the fact that you don't really have authority over us. So let's say that there are 2 commissioners who have an interest in something. Someone else has gone about it in a way that is, sort of compliant with the agreed upon process. But another wants to continue regardless of what the other commissioner is doing. You then can't shut it down. And then we still have the issue of the kind of conflicting, competing interests and priorities that are going against each other. So I know we just kind of went through issues right now, but like that is an issue that we have here.
You know, I'm gonna end the conversation now, because I want to have this conversation when it's focused on
Yes.
getting words down, that I can put words down on the paper. Cannabis first.
So we're
Alright,
leaving
where's cannabis?
communication to-
So we're leaving communications, and I put stakeholder engagement into roles and responsibilities. It doesn't mean, just because it's on the list now, doesn't mean it's in the charter, it just means we're tagging it for further discussion.
Your example kind of like,
Crystallized
it did, it was like my mind wasn't so clear, that was really good.
All right, open meeting law, fifth grader language,
Get rid of-
doesn't need to be in there, okay?
That's no
The chair just said like this. There's plenty written about that, right? Accountability, checks and balances, respectful workplace, code of ethics, removal of a commissioner.
We just talked about that, yes, keep it.
Yeah, because we talked about it under dynamics.
Coming up, the removal.
But code of ethics probably is something separate, right?
We reference that we have. one.
Could reference it, okay, all right.
Yes, but that-
Okay, and then there were human resource issues. And again, I don't know, roles and responsibilities. We've got the commission and executive director somewhere else, chief people officer. I don't, this was done a while ago. I don't know why this is here.
I don't think this should, yeah.
Okay, and onboarding is also, that's not in the charter, that's,
Can we just go for a second to go back to accountability? In addition to code of ethics, should we also just roll in though the employee handbook? In a way that I think just codified, that these are things by reference that are relevant for not just commissioners, but I guess not just employees, but commissioners as well. If for nothing else, there's the respectful workplace is embedded in the employee handbook.
So
You know,
when you think of,
oh, go ahead.
so when we think of the charter as it relates to this, it similar to what I was saying about communications, it becomes just a declaration of a responsibility that we have or a right that we have, that as commissioners, we need to know that stuff. There's an expectation that we will follow that.
Sure.
Is, again, it's probably not going to be, again, as granular as working group roles and responsibilities, but it's more just a declaration that each commissioner shall work in a respectful workplace and acknowledge the code of ethics and blanket declarative statement.
Yeah, I guess the way I think of it is, in a way, and I'm kind of channeling Commissioner Concepcion a little bit in the sense of like worst case scenario, right? So we reference the respectful workplace, but nothing else that's embedded into the employee handbook. Are we therefore saying that the employee handbook does not apply because we felt compelled to add respectful workplace here? Similarly, what if there's a commissioner appointed that meets with HR and says, here's our employee handbook, please sign and acknowledge that you've received it? No. I'm not an employee of the commission, so I won't do that. Well, now, what do I do? What does the chief people officer do? So I guess if we can say as a charter policy that the employee handbook is incorporated by reference, it then implies that that's a governing document of the agency. I don't know, I guess that's just I throw it out as.
No, it works.
Did you want to add subject to revisions upon this? So you don't want to you don't want to make that a stagnant document, right? That employee handbook needs to evolve as needed. So you want to give yourself some wiggle room to be able to adjust that document as needed.
Yep, but I think that's where you just incorporate it by reference, and then whatever the most recent version is therefore automatically
Right.
incorporated. This, I guess the same would be true for the code of ethics. That's a separate document altogether as adopted by the commission.
Human resources, we're taking that out. Anything in there that?
Yeah, I definitely think we should include return to office. This lives long enough that won't be,
Yeah.
there should be a moment in time.
Okay. All right, and anyway, that gets into emergency, right?
Can we maybe add a bullet under onboarding, to the point that conversation we were having, earlier about sort of continuing ed?
for the parking lot issues, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, under human resources and onboardings, we have executive training for commissioners, guidance for public meetings and executive sessions, training on Robert rules of order, but maybe just like a, you know, bi-yearly continuing education, you know, there's still so much.
You think I should go on the charter?
I think it's a great idea. Because,
So we adding human resources back in then?
oh, because I'm sorry,
Or can it go above into the accountability checks and balances?
That kind of like commissioners agree to,
I mean, I guess I look at it this way, the Robert Rules of Order, you all know I had a big issue with it, and Sean mailed me 2 books. And that's the fix. He nailed it, and I read them, I have them on my desk, I go back to them, I look through it, you know, you gotta know your Robert's Rules of Order in this place, but my point is that if we didn't ask and even advocate for some of that, you know, you're coming in to do Robert's Rules of Order, because that's how we were managing the board, and that's a whole other conversation, right, that we need to have. No one really trained you. So you make the wrong policy decision for this industry, and you have a hiccup with a Robert's Rules of Order that somebody who knows it better than you kind of got you at public meeting, then your seat, your appointing authorities and everybody else is God. So my point is, I'm talking in code here. My point is that the continuing education, there's a lot of stuff that you brought up today, right? That you may step on a bomb, you know, because you didn't know. And Sean can't teach him everything in this place. So,
is that like a combination then of continuing education as well as professional development?
absolutely.
Where, because I think, again, thinking of this as a durable document, someone could come in, I guess, using the gaming commission as an example. There's now a former legislator on the gaming commission who probably comes in and knows procedure, like, I'm sitting in a governing body, but I know my Robert's rules. I know, you know, point of inquiry, point of order. But someone might also come in that's never worked in the public sector at all and say, I didn't know I couldn't do that. So there's professional development opportunities.
Absolutely.
Um,
You know, we do our check-ins with the AG's office when we do the open, you know, open meeting law. I just think that we should, we don't gotta talk about it now, but figure out what kind of professional development do we need to continue doing our roles? And for people who come after us is really what I'm worried about, because, you know, we've figured out how to move around this place, but there's still questions that we still have, so.
So it sounds like that professional development, continuing ed will go under, I don't know if accountability and checks and balances is the right place for it, but
I think so. I like tying it back to the accountability terminology. I just to throw something out, we can think about it later. I mean, it's putting in the charter that requirement for that training, right? So that
Yeah.
that raises the bar for everybody to say, it's not just, you can choose to read Robert's rules or not,
Right.
but it's required part of your
Absolutely.
training. I would urge us all to think about, because there's a proliferation of it now, of putting in the charter that we're required to attend virtually or in person a certain number of conferences or professional development events.
Absolutely.
And that's part of what a school teacher can put into their contract, but it kind of, one, it shows everybody that we're still on our game, we're keeping up with trends.
All that stuff.
It's kind of a requirement without, I guess, blowing through budget or allocation of resources, but.
And I guess I'm thinking about implementation of that as well. Thinking about the group, the whole is potentially thinking about the agenda setting as well. Like how forwarding that this is what we're doing this year. If there's some sort of presentation at some point from HR and GC's office that says, here's the trainings we're planning for this year, commissioners. What's missing? Do you agree? Do you like it? Do you not? That also gives, I think, that, so therefore in quarterly, we're gonna do trainings. And so that would give you, Commissioner Camargo, the chance to say, I don't know about this training, but I'd like to see something in Robert's rules. And then we can start to scope it out better.
Absolutely.
So I think that could be a way to, so I think it could work in the charter.
public meeting agenda setting. Should that be in the charter?
are murky.
Taking out open meeting, law, we already talked about that.
I think there does, because we're trying to settle this tension between chair and executive director. I think it's, the law is pretty specific about the role of the chair, so maybe we're just capturing it and formalizing it in another place, but I would say at least final setting of the agenda, obviously rests with the chair. Is that
Does it?
a fair assessment?
I mean, yeah, I would tend to agree. It could be a job description element as well that is cross-referenced potentially. And I guess just from an observation standpoint, I could see utility from a defensive standpoint of having something in the charter referencing how the agenda is set. If nothing else, because I've mentioned it probably to each of you in the past, that the agenda can also be used as a weapon at times.
Yeah.
Of, if you really wanted to push cannabis for horses, and I said, no, your answer to me could be, then I'll just put it on a public agenda.
Right.
And so if there's some clarity as to how that actually works,
Yeah, absolutely.
that's a way to protect from that.
There's,
Please don't put it on the agenda.
I'm more interested in the call Sean gets like 3 days from now from staff. You're getting a chief of staffing and we have to talk about cannabis for horses. Who's leaking this?
I wanted to bring up an earlier conversation that Sean and I had, and it wasn't that much earlier, but, you know, it was a few months ago around, and I'm looking at the language between chair and executive director they set the agenda. But I know we've talked about this and you haven't felt that there was like that shared responsibility and that you were sort of told, regardless of sort of your own opinions of what should go on the agenda, what should happen. So maybe making sure that there's some language around the shared responsibilities between the two. And I think even when we communicate with you around some questions that we might have on the agenda, at times, you know, so the previous chair, you know, I know that you were in a position where you couldn't, or you felt like you couldn't do anything or interject or, you know, kind of prevent some things from happening. So maybe just having some sort of clarity in the charter about the fact that you are also an authority in the agenda.
Yeah. How we craft that language is probably more than.
Okay, sounds like that is an important element of
I
the
think it
charter.
is, yeah. I think just to kind of build off of that, it was really at some point you just, I don't think that should be on the agenda. I don't think that should be on the agenda. I don't think it should be on the agenda. And then it would be, yeah, well, tough.
Yeah.
It is. So deal with it. But then I would also hear from board commissioners saying, what is this doing on the agenda? And that's where my accountability comes in. So I think it's worth talking about at least.
How about budgeting?
Definitely in the chart.
Okay. Dispute resolution procedures.
Exactly.
So sometimes
Go ahead. I was gonna say, who's the dispute amongst them?
Yeah.
That your answer is,
Yeah.
will enlighten that.
yeah, so sometimes there's a mechanism in place for how disputes, what's a process for handling disputes. And I don't know what the employee handbook has, if it has anything about handling disputes.
Neither do we. I'm kidding.
I guess, can you flesh this out a little bit more?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So, give us kind of an example of a dispute with staff, dispute.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that came up in my conversations with people saying, we don't have a way to manage disputes. And so do something about it. Or maybe it should be in the charter, that's all.
So I actually could be the source of this potentially. So I guess I'll confess. Part of it for me is we can't possibly predict, and I think you mentioned this earlier, we're not going to cover everything. There's going to be something that 3 years from now comes up that the charter does not cover. What I would like to land on is when that happens, how do we go about resolving it? If nothing else, and I'll give you a case in point, return to office. Whose authority is that? That has been a case of contention historically throughout the pandemic because it's been authority that I've been exercising, but when there would be a commissioner or another who did not agree with my decision, it then became, well, then this is going to be on an agenda. And the commission should be voting on it. And I would say, I don't agree. And that back and forth, I would spend more time on that back and forth than actually wrestling with the decision itself. And so again, I don't predict that a charter should contain return to office. But when there's that tension over whose authority is this, I would like to have some mechanism to say, how are we going to agree today on how we can resolve that? And it might be that the answer is it goes to a commission agenda. But I guess I'd rather have that, we all understand that's the case, as opposed to we organically find the best mechanism that works for us.
So you're talking about disputes of charter interpretation or where there's a lack of clarity under the
Yeah, I
charter?
guess that's how I interpret that.
Okay.
I think under dispute resolution, there's like commissioners. Amongst ourselves as commissioners, but also then, well, we're talking about us, it's our charter, right, commissioners? So I would say, to me, there's more bullet points that should go in here. There should be a couple of bullet points. I don't know,
All right, well, we don't need
No.
every detail, but so it sounds like, yes, there should be something about this in the charter.
There's just one thing that I will flag that I think should probably go within this section
Okay.
is, the issue that we just went through when we lost the chair. And sort of how do we go about sort of the conversations and who plays what role in sort of figuring out the inner workings or the agenda setting in that case.
Okay, I'm just looking because we've got removal of a commissioner under accountability, checks and balances. We've got a section on public agenda setting, and then we've got dispute resolution procedures. When there's in lack of clarity in interpreting the charter, do one of those capture what you're pointing to, or is there something more?
I guess I'll open this up to everyone. I don't know. I know it needs to be addressed, but I don't
I don't think it goes there. I think it goes here in the charter, but not,
like what section.
yeah, not in dispute resolution procedures.
Do you have a name? Or
Is
is
it
there?
an absence of commissioner?
The 911.
Vacancy, that?
Maybe,
I mean, when we lost
that's a better idea.
Jen, we just waited,
Yeah, for
right? Because it was an appointment, but then the chair is the chair.
But so there are two scenarios where it would probably get a little bit complicated. One is the chair, because that got complicated, but also we don't have a quorum. So I know that that's like the likelihood of that is probably really slim,
Oh, you never know.
but you never know. But it's like,
Up against one.
so
Is four?
Was for
quorum's three,
three.
but also you need three, actually, in the event you have just quorum, you also therefore require unanimous votes for any action to be official. So any one commissioner therefore wants a veto.
Does the legislation talk to vacancies?
No, the
Okay.
legislation speaks to appointment authority.
All right, so we'll add that, vacancies.
just all vacancies, okay.
Yeah,
That's
simple.
Okay, and then last item on this list, yeah, sorry.
Under that section, because this came up previously, administrative order versus a commission vote. Some clarity around that, because the prior chair would say, like with telehealth, or he thought it really should be like a regular, like it wasn't up for a commission vote. Like, I don't know, I just feel like we maybe need clarity around when it's appropriate to have an administrative order versus a commission vote.
Executive roles and responsibilities,
Okay.
that very first section under got the list of issues. That's a good point, though, because that has been another.
Right, that's kind of a broad.
Susan, I guess you're the right person to ask. So, I mean, it seems like some of what we're talking about here is kind of driven by personality.
Yeah.
And, you know, sound specifically, we'll just use an example of a person who was previously chair. So I guess, And this is not to say that anything that we've talked about so far is, it's all important, and I think that these are all great, but I guess, Susan, to the extent that you feel like at any time we're talking more about personality and less about role, if you could just kind of flag that for us, because I don't want to, it's so important we talk about the position and the roles and not kind of, think about who was there before. Because
Yeah, I think when we start thinking that when we get to the issue discussion, I think everyone's gonna bring their personal experience into the discussion, and then I'm gonna try and draw from that what we actually want in the charter. So I think it'll be a bit of a combination.
From my standpoint as well, I agree. I think the objective here too is to insulate as much of this as possible from any personality.
Right.
And
Right.
obviously, I think personalities have led to the examples we bring.
Right, and yet you want to craft it so that personalities are somehow encumbered in the charter, right? So that you're creating a system that personalities have to fit into instead of exploding the charter. And so that's a complex thing that we're trying to do. Yes, so we should try to, think of the good parts of people, but then also think of the bad parts of people, because that's what we're protecting against, and we're gonna rely on Commissioner Concepcion to make sure we always have that, those possibilities. But yeah, and I appreciate the comment, and I think that I do hear from everyone, the desire to create a document that is beyond the people sitting here. And I also feel that there's been some trauma. And so in some ways, what we're doing is giving people space to process that.
We're also an impact, this is like generational trauma at this commission. And we're the babies that are now getting the generational trauma from the first commission. But that's why we're here, right?
Well, I'm Sean. Sean's been here for a while.
Right.
So.
Sean's-
I'm starting to feel like
Sean.
I might be the culprit.
You said it, not me.
All right, last item on this list is the charter. So we'll need a mechanism for approving the charter, which I think we know is a vote. But what I think is important is a review and the timing of that and a revision process. So sometimes what I've seen is where you have a review earlier, like the first time is earlier, right? So you might say in 3 years, we'll do a review. And then after that, every 5 or 10 years, that kind of thing. So what I've seen, like in Chelsea, for example, in a city charter, we said in 5 years, and then on every decade that ends in a 0, every year that ends in a 0. Because you're gonna have more information early on about, wait, we should have done it this way. And it's also good for people to know that there's a place to put those questions and issues. So it's not like the charter says this and this isn't working. It's like, okay, let's start a charter review file, and we're gonna get to that on such and such a date. And it may be what you want to do is be able to do the first review before the term of these commissioners expire, so that you'll have written it and have a chance to live under it, and then, make the tweaks that you have to. But anyway, I did what I've been asking you not to do, which is to say what it should be. Should that be on our list?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
If I can just add to it, I think you may want to consider, much like the handbook as well, never mind the approval, I think that's a formal commission vote. But I think I should acknowledge it somewhere that I agree with it.
Okay.
And you may want to think about others as well. Folks that have kind of impacts like the CFO, for instance, or if nothing else, that no one can escape it and say, I never agreed to that. I think you want some investment.
Okay, so congratulations, we did our list. I'm gonna clean this up and get it back to you, and if there are things that come up that we realize are not on this list that need to be, we can add. And if there are things on it and we say we actually don't need that or we covered it somewhere else, we can skip that, we can take it off. So it's 2:30, we're scheduled to go to 5, I think to 4, sorry. Let's take a break because I think that was a big piece of work. And then we're gonna dive into the first issue for real.
Let's do it.
Say one thing, this is in, relation to our last meeting, because it really, I thought about it more. We're talking about regs. I talked to Sean about this as well, because he brought up some really good points about some of the issues around the regulatory process. I just want to make sure that wasn't prematurely removed from the list. So, I don't know if we should revisit that or not amongst us to just kind of figure out if that is something that should be reincorporated.
It's a really good point, because when Sean was talking about, I just didn't want to talk because I know we had to get to the list, but Sean, what you were saying earlier in terms of some of the stuff with the former chair, and I remember, one comment where it was like, well, we can just, if I wanted to right now, in August, I would say, Sean, Sarah, I want to add the regs to the agenda, this one, A, B, and C. So I think we definitely need some clarity on that as well. And I think we should talk about it for other purposes of the charter to understand those powers. But I use that as an example, but like everything, right? Like, because I think in the past, you guys have had the situation, I know I've brought something onto the agenda, 2 weeks prior to agenda myself. So there are things that are going to come up and they're timely, that you want to not miss out. But I was thinking about that, but I don't know where we were at with it because it's such a murky subject. And it has to do with personality as well. But I also don't know the concrete way of the process to the agenda, So.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I thought about that in our last public meeting,
Yeah.
like because it came up as an example, and I said, well, wait a minute, like that, it probably should be kind of fleshed out a bit, and maybe incorporated here. Something.
So it's not, so I guess the question is, we took it out completely?
I don't see it here.
We did, that
We
was,
did, and
that was the decision, but so can other people say a little bit more about their suggestions? There's sort of a proposal to add back in something about regulations.
As it relates to the power of bringing them up, kind of like, let's say, the function, not the actual regs themselves, but like the power to call or open the regs, right? Kind of.
I think that's what I get hung up on a little bit, is that regs can come in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Regulation change could be, I'm looking to change shall to may, in on page 15, section 105B4. That could just be a regular monthly meeting item that starts a promulgation process. But what we tend to do is, starting on page 1 and going through the entirety of the regs, we're reopening the regs. That is, and this is my experience historically in the rest of government at least, that is a foreign concept that a lot of agencies don't embark on for decades. We've done it 4 times. I don't know when the last time the ABCC modified their regs, but there's some from the 1930s.
Unclaimed property, they're talking,
So
they're talking about assets that don't exist anymore.
more often than not, and I think, but it's timely as well, because if legislation should pass, we are going to have to embark on a regulatory process. And I guess not to throw another issue into it, but that's frankly where the working group concept began at the commission with the last regulatory round. We structured the review in a working group format, and the feedback from that was, wow, that worked. And so we basically realized that one, like, well, then that works. This is what we do from now on.
Okay.
Because everybody knew their role, everybody had some predictability, commissioners felt supported. And so it's basically, well, we didn't break it, it worked, repeat.
Right.
But I do think, I guess my fear is if we codify a regulatory process in a charter, we're not baked into a regulatory process, and it might foreclose the ability to bring an emergency regulation at some point, or bring a surgical regulation at some point. Which each commissioner should enjoy the opportunity, but so too frankly should staff.
Right.
I think we should be, I wouldn't want to, so much of the regulatory process is codified in elsewhere anyways. But for us, maybe recognizing where we are in the lifespan of this commission, I wouldn't advocate for reviewing every line every time you quote unquote open the reg. And I've said this, it's like that was a foreign concept to me too. But we're at a point where we have regs on the book. We need to offer some stability to the industry, but there are going to be times where something's not working. And that might be commission driven, might be commissioner driven, might be staff driven. We can adopt by emergency reg, we can adopt by a tweak in a public meeting and then kind of set the course of action. But
If I could interrupt, so the retirement board, they'll do kind of one-off changes to parts of their regulation in response to decisions that come from the courts or administrative agencies. I've seen that. So, yeah, it's a very, Bruce, to your point, surgical process. They don't reopen their entire regulatory structure.
You did again with like employer development or workforce development issues. I think there was also some
we did it
alcohol
around a whole bunch of stuff. Some of it is, to your point, about the law getting changed, that would require us to go back and change some stuff. The later we got into the process, more of the recommendations came from staff, like our gaming agents, like, we don't need this whole section anymore because our licensees have done this. Okay, we were 6, 7, 8 years into it, stripping stuff out because we didn't find it necessary. And then again, obviously, there are those points you can adopt by emergency if there's a crisis, but.
Sarah, you've seen a lot of this stuff. What's in terms of this, what's your opinion or recommendation of sort of this reg conversation? Keep it on the charter or keep it a separate conversation?
I mean, my initial feeling is to keep it out of the charter, like, obviously, well, in the statute, it gives you authority over regulations. If you want to have just a general statement, we have authority over regulations, but it's hard, kind of, as you can tell from the discussion, because on the one hand, to Commissioner Simmons' point, you want stability in the industry. So every time you reopen the regs, then that throws things into a little bit of a, but, certainly with the new legislation, I know that is an opportunity to revisit things, so I don't know.
I guess what I'm asking is, back to your initial thought, right, is like, so this charter is, forget us, it's for the next generation of commissioners. Do we want to bring the reg conversation as a number 16 through 17 on this list again, to have a conversation about it being back in the charter, but the power or the privilege that some of us own in bringing, I guess, intimidating and in bringing that as a weapon, like, oh, well, Luis, I know you want this and you want that, so I'm gonna go open the rec, you know what I mean? Like, because and again, it's personality and situations that have happened. So I guess that's the question. Do we want to have a separate conversation around the regs? But you're right, it's under authority. But I think what the murky water has been, the executive director, historically, the executive director, commissioners, we can't blame it on just one commissioner. It's everybody and everything, so.
I have a question for Sean. So they've been reopened 4 times. Well, they stood up and then they were,
medical and then I think revisions
so in each time they were opened incomplete.
in their entirety.
Okay. Is there a mechanism to have a scope? So to your point, where they would surgically go in, do we have that mechanism where
Yes.
we can say, we just want to look at suitability, or we want to
Yes.
look at,
But that's proven to have some problems with it as well.
Mhm.
It's
But you
like the
can't-
scope is, okay, an idea, sure, but then it evolves. And, once you start looking into one issue, you figure out that there's something else
Yes,
that's
it's
related to
concept.
that, and then it just kind of blossoms.
It creeps. Think about, you change one definition, you've got to change it throughout the entire document. So now legally, therefore, the scope, if you change the word in one section, that section's now within.
like the glossary stuff.
Mhm.
Right.
It's just, all right, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I guess my confidence frankly comes from the whole, the commission as a whole. So if there's one commissioner who says, I'm gonna weaponize the agenda, I'm gonna propose, I'm gonna change all of our delivery regulations at the next public meeting and I'm gonna put it on the agenda. My confidence is that 4 or 3 others are gonna say, whoa, I don't think so. And I get, that's where, the frustration, of course, is that's now bleeding and leaking into a public forum. But that's kind of the side effect of if one commissioner wants to do that, then they're gonna bear that consequence. And it's embarrassing.
There's a separate conversation I'll put to the side here, because like that was my fear about the idea of having this component in public meeting, because it's like then we're starting to talk about regulatory promises. So that was it in my mind, but I'll put that aside. We can have like a separate conversation on that. I think if anything, if we do decide that we want to have something in place in the charter, maybe it's very broad and around sort of the perimeters that we operate when we're talking about the regulatory process. Sort of the thing, but then again, to your point, Sean, sorry, I'm thinking and talking at the same time. Sean, to your point, that is sort of a checks and balances as well. Like we as commissioners have to ultimately vote on this. So regardless of if somebody wants to kind of bogart and put it on an agenda, it won't pass without the majority.
Right.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out if there's something that needs to be prevented that has happened in the past. If there's something that we need to kind of lay out to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, well, I'm good, sorry.
If you want to put in there like an aspirational, we may look at the regs every 5 years, something that Susan's pointed out, similar to our review of the charter, may review every 5 years. So in that sense, you have that stake in the ground and you kind of put it on your radar to be proactive about your regulations. You have that out there, but then if someone wants to weaponize it, you can say, okay, fine, you can, but we would have to do it anyway. So,
And then if they weaponize it, we'll just bring them back to the section here of like removal of commissioner. Let me bring you back.
if I may, kind of in my general counsel role, I would say you want a document that gives you guys as much flexibility as
Yes.
possible. I mean, the flexibility will also bite you in the butt at times, but I would counsel, you want flexibility.
Could I ask a question about what you just said? If there's something in that says they may review regs every 5 years, and somebody wants to bring something up after 2 years, does that statement say, no, we only do it every 5 years?
Well, that's
So
where
is it
the
also a protection? Is it like
Yes.
at the same time an opening, but also a protection so that they don't get opened up every year?
I think it forces that person who's saying, I want to come out in 2 years to justify why they're not waiting. Like, I realize I'm asking for an exception to our prescribed and adopted approach. And the answer might be because this is an emergency or because the world has changed in 2 years, not 5. But it forces that conversation. The other roadblock that I was thinking of right now was that, a commissioner may not bring a recommendation unless it's first been reviewed or evaluated by the general counsel's office. In other words, is it legally sound? Which means though, you've got to consult somebody. You don't just get to on a whim say, dear commissioners, here's a cover memo that says I want to change this. There's a formal process.
Absolutely.
And that's a point I was going to bring up and think of in much larger the meeting context of that kind of clearing a couple of hurdles before it gets on the agenda. I think finding a way for us to build in and again, sometimes I see you wanting to chomp at the bit, but there should be, whatever issue is on the agenda, wherever we're discussing about it, should be an opportunity for the executive director to weigh in. Instead of just a conversation among the 5 of us, ED should have the opportunity to weigh in. As opposed, and maybe that pushes back against us, the commissioners, just kind of bull rushing with an agenda item, but to say we got to stop. And again, thinking about a hurdle to get over is we need to hear from the executive director of a public meeting on this topic. So sometimes I don't see you having the opportunity past your executive director report, unless it's an agenda item that you're presenting, to weigh in.
Sounds like we
And I
want,
don't know if that's something we need to worry about.
Right.
sounds like we want to bring it back on the list.
It sounds like regulatory review, that's
Yeah.
what goes.
But it's more, it's
No, I
not
know.
just regulatory, it's
I know.
anything that we kind of walk through on.
But you see, I mean, I always get pins every time I would say, can I hear from the executive director?
Yeah.
And then somebody else cuts me off. And I keep saying, can I hear from the executive director? And then they cut me off again. So
I'm messaging them saying, cut her off.
yeah, that's probably why. And then I'm messaging him saying, Sean, speak, get up. So.
I know we were supposed to be breaking, but that was on top of
No,
mind. I
no,
thought
I'm
about
glad
that.
that you did it, because it's sort of, we've got our list of issues, and I think that's an add-on, so.
Because it's been as like a sub of agenda stuff. Like basically, it's almost like here's the agenda discussion, but then this we called out on the agenda is how do regulatory matters get on the agenda? As like a explicit,
Yes,
super
I like
agenda item.
I like that.
No matter what is being done in public.
With flexibility.
That's right.
I'm lost.
Very
Sorry.
good.
I have a question to
No,
that
I'm
point.
lost, that's all. No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How does legislative outreach like get on the agenda? Should we add that? I'm just throwing it out there.
That's exactly what he said.
And that's the prescribed policy ultimately.
I was figuring that out.
No, but that's in the executive and legislative outreach strategy
Yeah.
that we agreed on, was about how that gets on the agenda as well.
Oh,
Right,
It's like a sponsoring commissioner
yeah.
that works through Matt, and develops materials.
So like next year when we get ready to do the public awareness one, I want to make sure I do it the right way. You
And I
know?
think that's a combination of that approach or the budget, both.
That's budget building too.
Strategy, teamwork,
So I
right?
didn't know that there was gray in that, because that was outlined, at least, it sounds like there might be some ambiguity.
I guess I need to re-review the document because I want to make sure that I do it the right way. So.
Sure, well,
All right, let's take 5 minutes, and then we're gonna dive into, I think, roles and responsibilities. All right, welcome back. We were just saying, we've done an enormous amount of work in one day, so I just want to acknowledge that. We did ground rules, we did the process design work plan, we went through the dynamics, and we went through the issues. So if you're feeling tired, you have a right to feel tired. We've got it 1 more hour, and I think I'd like to use that to get started on the conversation about roles and responsibilities, starting with the commissioner roles and responsibilities. And I've been sitting here trying to think of how should I start this conversation? And so I know that there's licenses, regulations, and policy, but I think maybe just open up the floor to ask you what your thoughts are about your roles and responsibilities and what you would want to see noted in a charter. And I think at some point we might want to categorize roles and responsibilities. I'm looking at the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board, and their page 3 starts as duties and responsibilities, and it has governance, and it's got like 5 different categories of responsibilities. And I don't know if that's what you all want to do, but I think if we just start a conversation, we can see what kind of emerges from that conversation. And for our purposes, we're talking about commissioners, capital C.
I mean, I think it is to start, there needs to be some acknowledgement. I think you did that here of what the governing statute says. It might just be by referral or what have you. But I also think, some, without getting too definitive and thinking about the word nimble in the back of my mind, is just some basic acknowledgements full-time commissioners, we were just talking about that, during the break. You know, full-time commissioners, each appointed with a certain background or experience, all wanting to contribute our time, our passion, our energy, our experience into the work of the commission. So starting off at that kind of high level, maybe acknowledgement of commissioner work. Before we get too granular.
You view that as kind of like a narrative, almost like an introduction paragraph. Actually,
Yeah, like a preface is,
yeah.
the roles and responsibilities, proviso, this is kind of an acknowledgement about the people that are going to fill these seats. Yeah.
Other thoughts? How do people see, I mean, getting into, I think we can do that. I think that sounds like a nice entree into more granular. What do people think about when they think of their roles and responsibilities? How do you see yourselves?
I see our roles as sort of being stewards of the agency and acting in the best interests of the agency.
Well, thoughts. I mean, I think I echo what folks have already said, and I think that, you know, we also have a responsibility to our appointing authorities, the voters, the public, our stakeholders. And even amongst ourselves as colleagues, I think that's a lot of why we're here today, past, present, future, is trying to figure out how to best collaborate, right? And coexist to create policy.
On that. Like, I think it's important to not incorporate like the appointing authorities just because we're independent.
That's true, that's true.
And like, that's where the sort of the political
Yeah,
ties and things come into.
yeah, and I think I mentioned them because who can get rid of us here, right? So when I think about some of that stuff is like, can us as commissioners vote one of us out, right? We can vote, no, I know, absolutely not, right? Right. But, you know, that's why, you know, when I think about like, you know, how am I a good steward of this commission? I think about, you know, responsibility of appointing authorities, but yes. So that's me.
I mean, we're here to ensure that there's a safe, effective, and equitable marketplace that incorporates public health, public safety, and public welfare.
Like on a more literal and specific note, we set the goals of the commission. In addition to everything that's laid on the statute around regs, but also the overall goals.
Related to what Commissioner Camargo was saying, we're ambassadors for the agency and advocates.
I caution the use of the word advocate. I like stewards. I love, you know, I don't know, there's a word to describe.
We've adopted a legislative process that has then adopted what policies we're gonna advocate for, right? So I know everybody gets nervous when you say the word advocate at the CCC. I think a regulator, you're not an advocate, is what one commissioner told me before I started this.
I think I know which one.
Yes.
Threw me off.
Are you looking to get granular as well?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's been a lot of questions about what are the roles and responsibilities, and so I think, yeah, I think the broader, parts are important, and then I think more specifics will also be a good idea to include in the charter.
I think in the same vein of sort of the legislative piece, something that I included on that in creating the strategy was about acting and being a resource for stakeholders and other counterparts throughout like government agencies. So maybe we kind of incorporate that, just acting as like that resource and subject matters experts.
Susan, I think I might be to add, so I have a PowerPoint that I go around and time and time again, it comes up, what is the role of a commissioner? So comms helped me define what the role of is. So if you don't, like, can indulge me, I'll read it. So the role of a commissioner, the Cannabis Control Commission is made up of 5 commissioners who serve in topic-specific seats. Our roles and responsibilities are establishing, reviewing, and revising when necessary regulations for the Massachusetts medical and adult use marijuana marketplaces. Reviewing, approving, and placing conditions on licensing applications. Making policy decisions that impact patients, consumers, and licensees in the industry. Working with our executive director and staff to do the following. Meet the needs of constituents, for example, telehealth and telemedicine. Develop and review research, and educate the public about youth prevention and responsible adult consumption through, well, this is my initiative, through public awareness campaigns, and but you could substitute expungement or whatever, like public awareness, through public awareness campaigns and other efforts. Work with local and state peers to share expertise, updates, and insight about the development of the industry.
People like that.
There are parts of that that are good.
Yeah.
Can you email that to
I
me?
can share, yeah. Just to you, right? So it's not.
Send it to me.
I violated these, yeah.
I was gonna say, share the whole PowerPoint. We can use it for our presentation. Since Cons created it just for you.
Well, no.
I'm messing with you.
The parts that are like, that I focus
I
on
know.
are tailored.
Why don't you send it to me and then also send it to Grace and ask Grace to send it to
They help,
everyone.
we work together.
No,
Let me rephrase this. Comms and I work together on this PowerPoint. Thank you. Getting all paranoid.
We were talking about working groups.
I'm getting all freaked out right now.
Mary Alice, send me.
I'm like, we work together. This is a collaboration between myself and comms for the record.
Okay, but so you'll send it to me and then you'll send it to
Would you like
Grace.
the entire PowerPoint or just that one
Just
slide?
send me the whole
Okay.
thing. I'm curious about that. Yeah, that's great. That's a really great starting point for us.
I want to go back and just think through, because we talked about it before, but another one of these broad acknowledgements that I think we all agree on is that even though we are all appointed having these various backgrounds, that's why we sit in these respective seats with our respective appointing authorities. We are all responsible for the overall work of the entire commission, little seat, I guess. So maybe that kind of helps dispel the rumors or notions that only Commissioner Camargo cares about social equity and only you care about public health. I think building that into the acknowledgement kind of erases some of that confusion for the general public. And for future, obviously, holders of our seats.
And while we're kind of acknowledging that, do you want to have some conversation about what those seats actually means? What does that mean? Should it mean anything in terms of what you're focusing on, or?
We should have a charter. Why am I saying that? I'm saying, of course, I'm thinking as I'm talking again. I'm saying that because there's some things that are within the language already of the statute. So I'm just wondering what needs to be sort of reintroduced here that's not already there. So I don't know.
Does the statute say something about, it does.
It speaks to each seat, right?
It does.
And talks about the expertise that we all are required to have for each position.
I'll have to find that. And it goes through what that means in terms of roles and responsibilities
Yeah.
relative to it.
It just says, Attorney General shall appoint somebody who's got a background in public safety.
Yeah.
Governor shall appoint somebody who has a background in public health. I mean, it was a way for the appointing authorities and the entity, you know, the legislative entities to say, it's not all a bunch of anti-cannabis people, or it's not pro-cannabis people. It's, we want to make sure that it's stacked with people with these types of backgrounds. But at the same time, again, getting to this notion of, we all approve license applications. It has nothing to do with really what seat we were appointed to fill. Or that's not all of our focus.
So if I really hear that, and I hear that as a consensus among all of you. And I'm wondering, do you see yourselves as having any special responsibilities because of the seat that you're appointed into? Not limiting, and certainly have overall responsibilities, but is there anything that you want to say in the charter about what that particular expertise and experience that you carry leads you to do as a commissioner? We could leave it as a really good question if you don't want to answer it.
I just want to offer perspective on that because I'm thinking out loud as well. So I guess that's why my eyes are shut too. I wonder if that's overly limiting or the potentially overly limiting in so much as the appointing authorities, despite the fact that they have guidance on where the expertise needs to come from, they also really have a lot of flexibility and interpretation of what that means. In other words, an expertise in social justice, expertise in public safety. They then get to interpret I believe that social justice is a good example. Actually, any of them are really good examples. Public health, I'm a public health researcher. I'm a provider, a clinician. Those are two very different public health related. So as a result, someone could come in if we narrow the tasks or the role and say that the public health seat shall do the following. Someone might come in with a legitimate public health background and say, I'm neither not qualified for that, but more importantly, I'm not even interested in that. And so you might run the risk of narrowing or limiting their opportunities where they either feel compelled to revisit the charter or compelled to ignore it altogether. So.
You just made a thought come to my mind also. It's our roles make sure that every sort of element of the industry is covered. So there is sort of an expectation that the seat that you sit in, you're going to make sure that that's covered. So let's say if I decided one day that I don't want to focus on public safety, on the public safety seat, but I'm just not going to do public safety, then that is sort of like an open area that is not being covered in the industry. Unless, of course, someone else decides they want to come in and fill that void, but I guess I'm thinking in terms of that too. It's like that's an expectation that is not being satisfied by that role.
That's so interesting. I mean, it's really beautiful because what I hear you saying is that the sum total of the expertise that's represented on the commission is required for the fullness of fulfilling the commission's mission.
And related to that, I mean, I appreciate the identification of those areas because at the time and still now, these are really important issues, but kind of going forward, I do have a part of me that's concerned that there are gonna be new issues that come down the road that may not be addressed. Just say, for example, I mean, we know being a cultivator requires a whole lot of energy. And, you know, we're in a place right now where we need to really start thinking about conservation and finding ways to encourage the industry to be more energy efficient. And there's no specific seat for that. So I wonder if there's a way to kind of root the role in the seats that you're appointed to, but then also as a reminder, because we want to keep those roles, because it's still going to be very important. I would like to think that at some point our SEP and our EP people will be flourishing. Yeah, totally.
You know?
But anyway, so kind of one foot in one, I don't know what the proper analogy is, as a foot in the door. But then an ability to go into other areas that might be coming up in the future.
Yep, on the balance, yeah, definitely.
And I think that also plays into, Commissioner Roy, you said it earlier in terms of, you've been saying it, right? In terms of like, what are our goals? You said it earlier. I think part of that, not making excuses for any of us or Sean, but we haven't had time to even sit back to say, as a commission, where do we want to go? Like, right, Roy, what do you want to do for the next 2 years, 3 years while you're here?
Are you asking me now?
No, I'm just an example. I'm using an example, right?
I want to promote horse cannabis. That's gonna be- Horse cannabis is my priority.
No, but, boom, 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 boom,
Right.
boom, right? And then Sean sits back and looks at his goals too, right? And then we tie it, right? And I think, Bruce, you're onto something, and we've been having this conversation for 15, 16, 17 months, and we've been here, but these portions of the agenda setting portions is to talk about this, right? And how do it's so hard with the open meeting law for us to have conversations about like, what do I really want to work on? And is Roy working on something that I want to work on? And how do I invite myself or not? Or does she ask me, right? So I think all these goals are because we haven't had an opportunity to create our own strategic plan and our own gap analysis. We've done analysis of, equity and salaries, right? But as commissioners, we haven't done one of the commission. So I think it plays on to part of this stuff, but also us having, maybe baking it into this agenda conversation and us kind of amongst ourselves trying to think, what is it that we want to, work on? So I don't know, just talking about that.
And I like that. I definitely want to go in that direction. And the chair said something that was interesting about, different topics that might come up as this industry matures. And there's not an energy conservation seat, but this gets back to how can I think we allow ourselves to be nimble, but I think there's also some expectation by the public
Right.
of, you were appointed to fill this seat, so this is the only thing you should work on. And I think some acknowledgement that we're trying to dispel that and make it look like we are a deeper, broader bench to address anything that comes up for this industry is just kind of a big acknowledgement we want to make.
But we haven't been able to do that. We haven't done that. We've been working on what we're working on, but we haven't been able to even educate the public on
Right.
that stuff, right?
But I think this,
Yeah.
some acknowledgement, what
Yeah.
everybody will see as a charter will help
Yeah.
free us up to do these things, obviously within some constraints, but.
Yeah, I mean, sort of as an outsider, sort of Jane Q. Public, I would have an expectation that within each seat, there was some connection. Something about what you were doing was connected to the seat that you were appointed to. So I think that it just kind of, that's out there.
Right.
So, and I'm still curious, like if you're choosing your priorities, it sounds like some of the things that you are choosing as priorities are connected to the, public safety or social justice or public health. So it sounds like there is something.
Some of those things, though, cut across several as well. Like, I think like expungement's a good example. That's a public safety matter and a social justice matter. But it also could be a public health matter. It could be a finance matter. And so
I
I,
like to change regulations.
I'm sorry, I neglected to include you.
That's okay.
See, this is my
Standing
life.
up for
This is
myself.
what I do. But I think that's also some of the challenges, depending on the lens with which you look at an issue, you can justify your participation in that issue, or your engagement or involvement. I think that's where, also thinking through how the regs came to be, that's where I think the whole really put each of their respective fingerprints. And where some of the more contentious, really, some of the more animated debates actually arrived was, I'm gonna bring my perspective into this, and thinking about things like license fees and, well, we should keep them low as from a social equities in an access standpoint. But we have to make sure we're solvent and able to meet that budget neutrality. So we should be sufficient. And so what's the balance? And I mean, every single issue I think you could look at, and some commissioner could say, well, based on my expertise, I should be at that table.
Yeah, that's valid. I think, the reality is, and I'll speak for myself, is that I feel a responsibility to be like on top of like the public safety issues that are impacting the industry. And I feel that, and I'll use an example of delivery. We're talking, one of the issues we talk about a lot is a 2-to-1 driver delivery requirement. And I feel personally, if this is something, not professionally, but I feel as the individual commissioner, if there was something that were to lapse and an issue presents itself from some sort of change within our regs, I know that the public safety commissioner is sort of like going to be put on the docket. What did you do to protect the public safety in this, this issue? And that's just one example. So I don't think that we can escape that either. There is the expectation, and I do feel a responsibility to make sure that I'm at least, knowledgeable and informed on some of the ongoing the issues around public safety. And I do, that's not to say that I don't, also look into public health, and I absolutely opine on social equity issues as well. And I think that we all have to have that, but it's not the same as, if there's a public safety issue and something just goes haywire.
And I think another example is you and Roy, I think have, done a good job of like, you go into the public safety plans. I don't, right? Because I'm already like Ava, Ava's looking at it. I know she's doing a thorough thing, you go into your,
Dispensing plans.
the dispensing
quality
plans,
control
right?
plans,
I'm
yeah.
going into renewals,
Right.
Bruce is in renewals. Bruce is also looking at workforce. But like, we already know our niches a little bit, but that's because that's what we kind of started doing, right? And also, the public now sees us as that, right? But so and that's just because I also, like you, all of us feel a certain responsibility to certain plans of these applications because we've known nothing else but that. But the other piece.
Expectations too.
The expectation, that's my point too. And the other, I wrote a note, to that. Sean, do you think that when you guys started the commission and you guys had these listening tours and roundtables across the state, that helped the commissioners at the time to figure out how to move the agency or how to pick the priorities? Because I feel like we came in here and we just kept going. But I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, I would actually say, I think that was a tactical error, though. But I don't think, let me take that back. I think it was a tactical necessity. Because, and I'll reference them individually, I think thinking about the security plans need to be developed in regulation first, what is required of that. Well, Commissioner McBride took that on because there was no staff to give it to. But then as a result, anytime that a security plan would come in, she was the one that really was astute in evaluating it because she knew what she was looking for when she wrote the regulations. And it just kind of continued from there. We never really wrestled it away.
Got it.
And actually wrestling it away, that exercise is what created some tension with why can't I work with that staff? The staff interpretation was, why is this commissioner managing me when I have a manager? And so now there's a little bit of rub and tension there. But the other thing that I think has happened as well is some stuff has just come up and it's needed a commissioner. And I think the energy actually is a really good example. The statute set in place an energy and environmental working group. The statute did, not us establishing a working group. Commissioner Doyle, and actually it identified me as chair, the executive director of the commission. I just couldn't take it on from a capacity standpoint, and she was gracious enough to do it on my behalf. It doesn't mean that the regulated industry's background seat, so to speak, should be the energy efficiency commissioner. It just means that that commissioner,
Right.
by name, by individual, absorbed that task. So, but now I think there's an expectation that, well, Commissioner Stebbins is the successor to Commissioner Doyle, therefore, now it's his burden,
Yeah.
it's his responsibility, so.
Can I, offer sort of a, sorry, Bruce, you have an
It
idea?
is?
No, I was saying, uh-oh. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I might have a suggestion, just in terms of the way that we're crafting this. Maybe the statute, like I mentioned earlier, the statute kind of sets out who we are and our backgrounds and the expectations exist. But we sort of use this, our charter to sort of dispel any sort of misconceptions about the responsibilities falling on any one commissioner. So just make it very plain that we are all responsible
Right.
for all the aspects of upholding the industry. Because I think that what's already understood doesn't need to like,
Right.
you know who I am. It always says that I'm the public safety commissioner. But what's not known or really understood across the board is the fact that we're all responsible for equity. We're all responsible for public safety, and that needs to kind of be ingrained somewhere.
And I think to your point, that kind of dispels like, not in competition with any one of you. Like I wear my hat, but I wear all little hats of yours and I want you to succeed in all of your niche. Like I want to support you and I want you to succeed in your, it's not a competition. And I don't know if there's a way to convey that from what you said, that we're responsible for all facets of it, because I don't want folks to ever think that, like maybe with this cohort, I can't speak for, maybe the previous ones had rubs or future ones will, but I want you to know, like, I support you guys in all your efforts and like, I don't want it to be perceived as a competition in any way.
And then we shouldn't have, if there's a commissioner that does want to work on something that's not relative to that seat, it shouldn't be precluded by the stated seat either. So maybe we kind of craft some sort of language like that.
So I like that conversation, thinking about as we get granular on this, saying things to the effect of all commissioners have the opportunity or shall vote on every provisional license application and shall offer whatever conditions they feel necessary, kind of that broader responsibility language that doesn't say regulatory seat shall vote on these
Right.
provisions. But
That pigeonholes us, honestly.
Absolutely.
I think some clause like without limitation, like
Yeah.
there is no limitation on that. And I think a good example, again, just kind of speaking tactically here, engaging the advisory board in the various subcommittees. It was very intentional for me through the former chair to recommend that the public safety and community mitigation subcommittee as a liaison maybe shouldn't have Commissioner Concepcion.
Right.
So trying to mix it up was intentional to say, it shouldn't be, we shouldn't
That was a
perpetuate
great
that
idea.
pigeonhole. Because it's also important to get various perspective, but also to have, and that's an active group of stakeholders, to have them realize that you don't need to go to one commission.
Absolutely.
You need to go to the whole. And
Right.
that competition of perspective, I think, is valuable.
I think I'm the outlier on that. I didn't like the way that was set up as an incoming commissioner. Because when you're learning sort of the operations of that subject, I think, now it's completely fine for me to learn another component. But at the beginning, it would have been helpful to talk with the public safety
Yeah.
subcommittee.
Mhm.
But I understand what you're saying.
So what I hear is that you want the charter to say that everyone is responsible for everything. Everyone is available and working on all the issues. And yet, this is my question. I hear you saying that you look at the that you rely on Commissioner
Yeah.
Roy to look at certain aspects of the plan. And I hear
Yeah.
you say that you feel a responsibility for tracking public safety issues. So I'm a little confused.
I think what I was
Yeah.
trying to say is that that doesn't need to be in a charter. That is not something that a charter is going to clarify. I think whoever gets appointed by the AG to fill the public safety seat is gonna come in there with not only a background in public safety, or sort of the expectation from the public that they'll do something or be mindful of public safety. What I'm saying is, and I would like to use this opportunity, the charter, to dispel the idea that public safety is solely the public safety seat's responsibility.
Yeah.
We all have a responsibility to public safety. We all have a responsibility to public health, and that needs to be laid out because it's not clear across the board. I hope that answers that. I don't.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, so, and I'll back off because I seem to be the only one with the questions, but I am thinking about what Chair Kim said about the 5 years for reg review, which also shuts down earlier ones. And so I'm wondering if because I think the public will still have that perception, if you're silent in the charter, it might be more confusing. And so I wonder if there's some way of putting words in that limit expectations rather than being completely silent.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. So if there was something that said, the person appointed to each specific chair is understood to have the expertise in that chair and contributes that to issues related to that item and all other issues, as well as is responsive to all issues.
But
You know,
not, yeah, but not limited to, but.
right, so
um,
because it feels like if you don't mention it, for me, it begs the question,
I think,
you know?
I think what I'm hearing you say is that you mention it, but like a job description where it says, this is your job description plus anything else that your boss asks you to do, I think is what I'm hearing us saying is like, these are our respective seats, but we're also commissioners of every, new issue that comes up if that's what we want it to be. That's what I'm hearing. It sounds very simple to me.
I like the way you synthesized that, though.
Yeah.
I think you synthesized that in a way that was like really concise too. So I don't know if you can memorize what you just said, but.
So like not limited to, so our seats, but not limited to, but I would add, in respect to open meeting law, because if we're talking about partnerships and collaborations and things like that, then only two of us can work on a certain item, so to speak. So I don't know if you need that
Okay.
clause, but I'm just wondering if we do need for advocate, because they can say, oh, 5 commissioners could work on, if you leave the language alone, that's open to interpretation. You just say, subject to open meeting law at the end, I guess. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
Okay, I'll try and draft something and then you'll revise it to get it, but I think I have the idea on that.
Keep it simple. Yeah, because really it's what we're
It's
saying.
moving beyond the expectation,
It's a message. It's a
moving
messaging
beyond,
problem that we have.
this is what we perceive you all to do when you're appointed, and saying, fine, and we do that, but there's more to it that we do.
Right.
And that starts to boil into the granular.
Well, the sheriff's was the best example. Think about it. So you guys started on it and then you found out your industry, your social equity. And all of us had, social equity is very important with the incarcerated individuals, sheriff's department, public health, public safety, like all of it really. So there are lots of issues where we completely overlap.
I also think it's important, I use the example of one of our public meetings, where we talked about 70% of the industry being comprised of white men.
Yeah.
That's a problem for us all. But certain commissioners are going to hear about that a little bit more, depending on what seat that you hold. And I think that it's important to have language down that says we all bear the responsibility when something is lacking or where there's something that's not, being supported or, satisfied.
And then thinking
Areas
about
of identification.
sort of like people as individuals as well, never mind the expertise that you bring, but your individual lived experience matters as well. For instance, I've heard from folks that, The commission doesn't care about veterans because there's no veterans. The commission doesn't care about farmers because there's no farmer on the
Right.
commission.
Right.
But someone could easily occupy any one of the 5 seats and have served,
That's right.
and therefore bring that lived experience. But there's no statutory requirement that there be a veteran on the commission. And I just think it doesn't mean that those are the only 5 perspectives that are ever allowed to be brought to a table. It's your lived experience as well, I think. But again, the charter's not going to dictate that someone come from a certain lived experience.
Thought that was gonna be harder.
You can keep going.
Oh, yeah. Anything else on the granular level of responsibilities?
Throw something out. We should probably talk about the budget. Sort of the commissioners' roles in whether we're talking about like sort of allocations from the state and how we kind of discuss that. Even, the resources conversation. I think there needs to be something within our responsibilities that lays out our roles in that discussion and sort of what happens. I don't know what the language should be. I'm just throwing it out because I know that it sort of is a thing.
All right, for discussion, does anyone have thoughts about what your roles as commissioners should be relative to budget and resource allocation?
For me, I would say at a minimum, for a budget request, where it first goes to Anna. So before a budget request is transmitted to Executive Office of Administration and Finance, the commission shall vote and approve on a final budget request at a public meeting.
Is that something new do you do that now, or would that be a change?
I mean, it's something that I think we want to build into the granular responsibilities and, to the point of, how do we weigh in on, the public awareness line item or something like that. But I mean, it's formalizing that as a part of the process, but at the same point, I want to have language in there. It's in consultation with the executive director and the CFAO. Because that's obviously a healthy part of the whole conversation, right?
Yeah, so how was it done in the past? Is it,
It's evolved.
okay,
I prefer that approach, frankly. I have no issues with it. Our budget development process now, there was a presentation to the commission. I don't recall if it was actually a formal vote to submit. I think that makes a lot of sense. It'll box everybody in. And then the other request I would throw in is once an allocation is made, that there also be a lock-in on what the spend is going to be. Because those numbers,
I didn't hear.
what this, I guess, the second vote eventually, once the budget is final, on the actual spending plan, because those numbers may not match. In other words, we may not get our request.
right.
So if we've got to cut the budget, I think the commission deserves to say what is actually being reduced.
Well, so, but I feel like, so this is my slight concern. I don't think that we're a super manager of the agency. And that just may be me. So I am a little worried about going too far down where I'm going to look at every single line item. Why are you spending this on this? You should be spending more on this. I don't think we don't have that specialized knowledge to do that. So I would be concerned about.
That's an excellent point. And part of it, I think, rests with a commissioner's faith that the process has worked, like building the budget from the ground up with each department, putting in a request that, the executive directors, the executive and administrative head. But I do like Commissioner Concepcion's comment of, okay, this is what we're all standing by. Similar to how we view a legislative proposal. We're all in agreement. This is what we need. This is what we asked for. It translates into what we talk about when we interact with legislators.
it's,
It's only at the end of the budget season, once the budget closes for the year, I think we should be apprised of how we lined up compared to budget.
Mhm.
I have a question. Commissioner Camargo, like, what's her role as treasurer during this process and how involved should she be? And does she, like, could she report back to us? That's if the need be, like, how involved are you in the process?
As a commissioner?
As treasurer.
So we started, the first year that it was the second year kind of doing it. The first year, I worked with Sean, our brass Sean, to make it more transparent. Because I think that, like he said, I think it's evolved. I think when we got here last year, it was the first time that we actually were able to have conversations with Sean and sit down and say, what does this look like? How do you allocate resources per department, not per commissioner, but, initiatives within the commission. The other thing I was working with Adriana to really understand the budget, to go through all the line items, understand the spending, what's in it, the medical budget, the adult use budget. Really understanding it for me the first year. And I think that the prior treasurer, I think, what was told to me was, and this is, I think, why this is an important conversation, not just because I'm sitting it now, but for whoever does it, next year, the year after, whenever, is that, oh, it's just a signatory thing. It's not,
Right.
it's no big deal. You're just on the paperwork and you're the treasurer. For me, I'm like the wrong person, right? I don't sign up for something just to sign up, right? I'm like, I want to dig my hands in, I want to understand it. So I feel like that's the role that I played in terms of working with Sean and understanding it and making sure that we were transparent, understanding where we're at with spending, in terms of the resources, the capacity. I know that, every month I check in with Adriana. It's like, well, where are we? We're at 60. I checked in with her yesterday. We're at, I think, I won't say right now where we're at because you guys can all figure it out later, but we're at a certain percentage and there's certain money that has not been spent, right? So, I go back and say to Sean, well, why aren't we spending? Why, what's the strategy? What's the intention? So I think it's been that for the last year as I would say, more active treasurer than what they had in the past. I think we have to figure out what legally this treasurer role
Yeah.
actually means. And then I think internally, what does that really mean? Because I think historically, Sean, you as the executive director have managed the budget process. And again, we've been here 17 months. We've had a lot of conversation around the budget and this sort of renewed, transparent and more work with leadership. And there's still more work to be done. Don't get me wrong. Like there's a lot of work that needs to be done around the budget, but I think like you all, I'm really interested in figuring out what are we making out of this role, especially in a case of an emergency, right? Because when the chair situation happened in terms of him resigning, it was like, oh, there's two legal secretaries to the commission, right?
Secretary and treasurer.
Secretary and treasurer, right? So legally, I mean, I ran a nonprofit before, right? If you're on my board and you are a signatory person on this organization, you're responsible for the organization. So, all that being said, there's been a lot of work, and I think we discovered that, the treasurer has to, sign here and there in terms of, that's not something that happens. I don't think has historically happened.
I think that's what we need to expand on
Yes.
in this conversation, sort of, okay, the treasurer seems to have some authority in some of
Yes.
these decisions that hasn't been exercised before.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
And like, that is a rub. I know
Yeah.
when we have requests as individual commissioners, there's no sort of understanding. I'll talk for myself.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a simple example, parking. Understanding sort of the parking spot arrangement or
Yeah.
who's paying for that,
Got you.
and then being shut down.
Mhm.
So then where's that authority? That's just a simple sort of
Yeah,
example,
I got you.
but is that then the treasurer? Is that something that needs to be?
Yeah, that's a
like-
good
Or your appeal process,
That's a good
appeal to the treasurer.
That's a good process, yeah. Yeah, I think we haven't, I'm trying, I don't know, because I wasn't here before, but I don't know what the role was before. I was told you know,
But maybe we haven't been following the law.
we haven't been, right,
Maybe that's it.
right. So,
Yeah.
but I think for me in the role,
Sorry, public.
no, it's okay, you know, we've been trying to figure it out and make more of it, right? But I think that, you know, and I've been patient to wait for this process, right? We started this process, I've been waiting to have this conversation so that we can figure it out for anyone that sits in this role, but also for me responsible for this role, so. So I think there's a lot to figure out in this role.
I
Yeah,
do.
And I think Commissioner Roy's question was also, how might the role of the treasurer inform
The
the
commissioners.
commissioners?
So in
Yeah.
previous bodies
Yeah.
I've served,
Mhm.
there'd be a secretary's report and a treasurer's report
Yeah.
in public meeting.
Yeah.
Is that something we can incorporate? It could be, I have nothing this month,
Yeah.
right? It could be, well, I want to, you know, I don't know.
So so the one thing that I did with Adriana was incorporate the spending, one pager you all get. So I used to get that for many, many months by myself, and it was good for me to know as a treasurer, but I didn't think it was fair. So I made sure that you
That we
guys,
all got it.
right, so you guys get that on a monthly basis. That shows you where we're at, what we spent. I'll give you guys an example. 2 months ago, there was a line item in there for $26,000 for interns. I was like,
I saw that.
"Woo!" I was really excited. I said, Adriana, but we have money for interns. I didn't, she's like, oh, that's a mistake. Let me take it off, right? That wasn't allocated for or whatnot. But again,
I was wondering.
you know, looking at those line items and understanding,
See, that is,
the process.
is the treasurer supposed to make that determination?
Well,
Is this something that would have been relinquished
yeah.
internally?
Yeah.
That, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I mean, I didn't put it in there and I didn't take it out of there. If, to me, because you know, I'm interested in the internships and bringing interns to the commission, so we haven't been able to talk about it. So when I saw that there, I'm like, how did this get here? Who allocated that money for that? You know, so I think those are questions that we have to figure out. What is the authority of the treasurer's role as it relates to the commission, exactly what you're talking about, but also in collaboration with the executive directors.
Right.
and if there are individual asks from commissioners, it's that I don't know, the way I would think this would work is that we would sort of operate through the treasurer for that.
Let's test that. Shawna, I'd love to hear some more from you about what your sense of how things should run with regard to the budget and the treasurer of the commission.
Yeah. I don't know, I guess I'm torn. Because I'm hearing the role of the commissioner is to globally set a tone for the entire industry, but then also apparently allocate money for interns. So how granular and how global can we be at the same time? And then where do I fit into that? Is my other question. So I guess I'm honestly conflicted. I would wait for the commission to tell me what your expectations are.
Yeah, and to Sean, to your point, where does the chair fit in to that? And then, you know, is there, so then we're missing out on the secretary's role, like, should there be executive committee meeting at times?
Does anyone have a copy of that language, the actual language around the treasurer? I know we got it at the last meeting.
It was somewhere in today's materials. So,
I think it's both too, like,
It's in the statute.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like the statute should sort of,
I think is it 76J?
So-
Because on
Yes.
here, just
I
including,
don't think it should be ceremonial.
there we go.
No, it should not.
It should not be ceremonial.
You're signing things? No.
It should not be ceremonial.
yes.
I think that's the,
So
It
then
was ceremonial.
I'll read it out loud for everybody.
Yeah.
No funds shall be transferred by the commission without the approval of the commission and the signatures of the chief financial and accounting officer and the treasurer of the commission.
That doesn't. Say, role, those her powers or.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't sound like she has approved.
I'm sorry, I'd love to move away from the terminology of authority and more to responsibility. Like, what are the responsibilities? So that we get away from, oh, I found a line item that. ooh,
yeah, right, that's true,
But
that's
more
true.
responsibility of,
Thank you.
I'm supposed to
Yeah.
review financials every month with the CFAO, make sure we're spending in
which we do.
alignment, or report back to my colleagues or whatever, or sit with the executive director,
Yeah.
so.
So, and this came up actually timely too, with Adriana and I this week. Because I think she deserves a role in this as well.
Yeah.
Just a pure, like, she has obligations. And where the statute may not line up squarely as well with actual accounting law, like the comptroller's office and others, is we have actual ways electronically to pay bills and invoices that signatures don't really square with. I think the way, and I pitched this to her, she'll probably not love the fact that I'm, I guess, pitching it now that she couldn't vet it, but when I served as chair of the school committee, we essentially, and this might be a role, I think this is where the commission could fit in, and I guess I'm spitballing, but essentially on a monthly basis, because we met monthly, there would basically be a warrant where here's our spending for the month. And then each member would essentially sign it saying, I see it, I saw it, I approve it. And then that would then authorize the CFO to then go pay the bills. And that could be the role of the treasurer is I see it, I saw it, I approve it, here we go. That included everything like, here's a receipt from Home Depot. It was obnoxious, but you know what? It was required.
Yeah.
It was required by our policy and that we stuck by it. And I'm not saying, I guess I'm not fighting that. I think that could be a solution where it doesn't interfere with, like, I'm not gonna ask the comptroller to develop an entirely exclusive process for us.
Yeah.
That could be the way we get to the formal,
Yeah.
it authorizes then Adriana to do the
Yeah.
professional functions.
Yeah. And Commissioner Stubbs, thank you so much, because I feel like, Commissioner Roy, you asked me the question and I went into what am I doing on a day-to-day? But I think to your point, Bruce, the role and the position, it's like, we've done that, right? We sit down, we look at the financials, we look at the monthly, we look at forecasting, we're pushing Sean. We're trying to figure out how to, how is spending, how are we allocating spending to the commission and adding resources and whatnot. But I think Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, I think it's a larger conversation, right? And in terms of this role being sort of a more newer role with this new commission, but also what role or authority, I think to Commissioner Stebbins' point, does this role have?
Right.
Legally, that's the key thing. And then I think the other piece of it is then what policies does the treasurer's role put in place now with this new commission and this new more active role put in place? And, I think we've started doing some of that with the new budget process. And I think that was the first step. But I think to move forward with this role, what do we want to make? What do we legally need to make out of it? And then what do we want to make out of it? And what's the responsibility of the treasurer's role when it comes to this stuff? And I think that
And that doesn't fall on you either.
It's
Like, I
not.
think it's one of those things, like, we all have to figure
Yes.
it out.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if you're long enough because it's 4:00, but,
It's my daycare.
so I don't want to hold you longer. I think this is a really good discussion and I would ask that between now, our next meeting is is a week from Friday. And that'll be 10 to 3, because I thought everyone would be in a bad mood if you were here till 4 and had to deal with Friday traffic. But if you can think some about this and maybe jot down some notes about the budget, about more on roles and responsibilities, I'll draft something based on what we've done. And I will revise the documents that we went through and have those out to you beforehand. And we'll start, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through all of the issues. At some point, I'll say, okay, I think I have enough to draft something, and we'll go to another issue, and then I'll bring back a draft, which will focus our discussion more, because then we'll be revising in order to get the nuance that you want in the charter.
If I could just add, I'm just reading over the acts, and you brought up about subcommittees, right? Okay, so it's in here, like the chair may appoint subcommittees in order to expedite the work of the board, provided however, the chair shall appoint subcommittee on public health to develop recommendations. Like, you have the authority
That's the
to,
advisory board.
oh, it's not the
That's me.
chapter 55, an act to ensure safe access to.
That's the advisory. If you scroll up, it's the creation of the advisory board.
All right. So we'll come back to that. Commissioner Roy had asked that you send me the presentation you had and send it to Grace and ask her to distribute it to everybody. And I think I understood Commissioner Commissioner Stebbins, did he say he would look for some school committee charters?
Yeah.
To send to us?
I will
Okay,
do that.
so if you can also do the same, send it to me and send it to Grace for distribution. I'll revise all of these documents and get them back out to you, and we'll pick up where we left off.
I would also, if you and I can have a homework assignment, which is now write down some responsibilities that we have as
Yeah, we're already doing.
Oh, I see,
treasurer
Sean.
and
Yeah, Sean, I
secretary.
see it. Yeah, that's, you're the chair. Thank you for that. I'm sorry.
That would be great, that'd be really
Thank you
helpful.
for that. Sorry.
Yes,
I'm just sure I was giving you like 5, spitting in slack.
Thank you very much for all your work today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a lot. We're in good shape.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Oh,